Okay, hello, and welcome everybody to today's Salt Lake City Council meeting. If you've joined us for the last several weeks, you know that due to ongoing necessity of social distancing, our council meetings are going to continue to be entirely remote. Please keep joining us remotely and stay safe and healthy. We are not going to let this stop our democracy. So although conducting our meetings electronically is different from our former or our more familiar in-person meetings, the public process is still very important to us, and this is still considered an official open meeting. We welcome members of the public who may be watching our visual live feeds on the council page, on SLC TV, or on Facebook Live. There is no public comment period during work sessions. However, please join us for our formal meeting tonight to share any comments you have or feedback, which is always welcome. You can send that to P.O. Box 145476, Salt Lake City, Utah 84114 5476. Or you can email us at council.comments@slcgov.com, or you can call our 24-hour phone comment line 801-535-7654. Also, since we're receiving more comments in writing, all written comments submitted to the council on any topic scheduled for today's meeting have already been viewed by council members and will be posted publicly at slccouncil.com. We'll now go to our first item on our agenda for today, which is an update regarding the mayor's proclamations declaring local emergencies for COVID-19 and the March earthquake. So let's see. Some of the things that we would like to discuss and that we're hoping to hear from the administration during this briefing is a legislative report on standing COVID items. We'd like an update on COVID projects and the earthquake information, and we have Pam Lofgren available to help us with that. We're also hoping for an update on the homeless resource centers and our unsheltered population. From David Litvak, we're hoping to hear, and our arts grants program recap and request for straw poll. And then finally, an update on the special session of the Utah legislature, which hoping Lynn Pace will lead us through that. So we have with us, though, I believe we have the mayor, Rachel Otto, chief of staff, Lisa Schaefer, the chief administrative officer, and Katie Lewis, the city attorney, Ben Collender from the Department of Economic Development, and Felicia Baca, the Arts Division Director. So Mayor and Rachel, I'll turn it over to you if you want to start, and then let us know who else you want to designate to lead us through the other points of the discussion that I outlined.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
I'm pushing the bounds of my Wi-Fi at home, so if I start breaking up, let me know and I'll stop the video part and maybe it'll get better. I appreciate that you've given us the opportunity each week to give you an update as things are always changing and evolving. I'll mention that the county changed their stay home directive on Friday evening. I did not know this was going to happen until about an hour or two before that announcement was made publicly. And at the same time, about a week, almost exactly before that, the county released the zip code specific data for Salt Lake County, which showed our downtown 84101 area and our city's west side in particular as some of the hardest hit in the entire state. West Valley City had similar high rate numbers of transmission of the disease. And our team got to work with council members Johnston and Rogers on convening some conversation with different leaders from various demographics, mostly concentrated on the city's west side, about needs in the area, different needs that are being met by resources we may not have been aware of and asked, how can we help? Are there ways that we can amplify and support solutions that are working? And are there needs that have not yet found solutions that maybe we can work on? It was a really productive conversation, a couple of hours worth of dialogue, really of us listening for 2 hours. We will share with you, we debriefed after that, and we are putting together some strategies on a number of fronts, and we'll bring that to you as soon as we can. I hope within the next few days. But with that data, it's quite clear that Salt Lake City is not through this, and it isn't time yet for us to tell people we can start loosening restrictions that are in place. I was appreciative to have a check-in call on Friday afternoon after we learned about the county's change with Dr. Angela Dunn, the state epidemiologist, about the concerns I had and to see how she was interpreting the data. And we agreed that the measures that the governor laid out in the Utah Leads Together program or initiative are good measures, and they're still good for Salt Lake City, which is that we will be tracking the data and looking to see a decrease in the rate of transmission of the virus or from 1 to 1 or less for 2 weeks time. That will be one of the measures. So 1 to 1 rate of transmission or less over the course of 2 weeks of time. Another measure will be that there's consistent and available testing and contact tracing. And another measure will be that we see a consistent decrease in the incidence of positive tests without a known source of contact. So that is one of the measures that is utilized to measure the rate of community spread of the disease. So if you know you were in contact with someone who had tested positive and then you end up becoming sick, that doesn't necessarily indicate community spread because you know the source. So we'll be looking for those 3 items: the rate of transmission spread, consistent available testing and tracing, and then a consistent decrease in the no known source of infection. And Rachel has been helping me coordinate with our county health partners to make sure that we can continue to receive the zip code specific data for all of Salt Lake City so that we can measure and transparently be tracking and making decisions based off of data. So that's an update, and I think it's worth noting that the county's change really, in effect, only changed the fact that people can now go into a restaurant to place an order. You can't dine in, of course, but instead of having to call in, you can walk into a restaurant. And other than that, it did not change any of the businesses that can be open or need to be closed at this point or anything else like that. So Salt Lake City's not ready to say, don't stay home. And that's based on the data for our city and our population. Rachel, anything to add, or we can move on to the other presenters?
Yeah, I would just quickly, oops, sorry.
I just was going to say thank you, Mayor. And does anybody have questions on what the mayor said? Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Rachel. Oh, sorry, there's one from Councilmember Fowler.
Sorry. Thank you, Mayor. And I was talking with Cindy about this the other day. Today's Tuesday, so that would be yesterday. The only way I know it's Tuesday is because we're all here together. But that a lot of people that I have spoken to here in my district felt that the county's order was a lift on the stay at home. And I understand, Mayor, that it wasn't, but I just caution us in the messaging of how we're getting things out because, I mean, Fairmont Park and Sugar House Park were packed over the weekend, and not in a very social distanced sort of way, right? And so I've had people come to me confused about the county's declaration and the lift, and that's what people are calling it. So I wanted to make that make everyone aware of that, so that as that we can make sure we're messaging what we're doing correctly as well, and be able, maybe some of those points that you mentioned, Mayor, could get passed on to the council members so that we can explain that to constituents that might have questions or concerns about what the county did and what we're doing.
I totally agree. I think the messaging was much bigger than what the net effect of that change actually was. And that's critically important, because what people understand, their ability to be, in terms of moving about and engaging with other members of the public, means everything right now for that rate of transmission. And so I agree with you. We'll be happy to coordinate on some messaging points. We'll get that over to you in the next day.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Rachel Otto.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. The only thing I would add to what the mayor just relayed is that we just want to be very cautious about buying into a one-size-fits-all kind of blanket approach for not just the state, but even for the county. And that's really even though the state has gotten to that threshold of the below 1-to-1 transfer rate, and the county, is close, I guess. In Salt Lake City, as the mayor said, we're not seeing that. And so it's a lot more complicated than just, kind of the blanket approach. And that's why we're working with the county to get data that's even more granular than the zip code data. We're still trying to figure out the possibilities for what the county health department is able to provide to us, but we're really looking forward to being able to share that with you. And then second point is just on that messaging, all of the ideas that have come from you guys and from council staff on different things that we should be looking into, ways that we can message, have been much appreciated. And yeah, the messaging has been a little bit muddied over the last week or so. And so keep those ideas and thoughts coming. And then the final thing that I will say before I turn it over to Pam Lothgreen to give you some of the more substantive updates on projects is that we're also just seeing a lot of excitement and interest and innovation and creativity from our private partners, both from just industry, small business, larger business, developers, university, all of that on, wanting to make sure that we're all working together to get to recovery and to catch people and businesses and nonprofits who are falling through the cracks. And so we're doing just as much partnership as we possibly can. And we'll look forward to updating you on those things and getting you guys all involved in those things as they start to take more shape.
Okay, thank you, Rachel. If we can go now to an update from Pam Lothgren from the city's emergency management.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Would you like me to start with earthquake or COVID first?
Hey, you choose.
Let's get the earthquakes behind us. Let's start with that. We have been working with the county and also our partners here internally at CAN to get the preliminary damage assessments taken care of and addressed. As you may recall, there were 2 web forms set up by the county, one for public facilities and infrastructure, the others for private, to go in and report damage and even upload documents and different photos and things from their private inspections done on those facilities. The deadline to have that done is tomorrow, and the intent of that is to give the state enough time to complete their application for assistance to FEMA. And it comes in 2 different ways. One is an application for public assistance, and one for the individual assistance. That latter being, businesses and residential homeowners. So the question that was asked of me before this meeting is, what happens if someone hasn't met the deadline? I will say that we have still had a couple of individuals or residents within the community who hadn't received that link or seen that link. And we've addressed that within the past few days and let them know of that deadline. If the deadline passes, what we're asking residents to do is still address critical life safety issues regarding any damage to their homes, get that repaired, call your inspection, call for an inspector. Also, to maintain good documentation on that, photographs, cost estimates, cost repairs, so that if if individual assistance is granted by FEMA and funds may be available, that they'll have that documentation to provide as that process advances. So we as a city have got our facilities, including airport and public utilities, I know has been working on getting the water infrastructure buildings entered into those forms for the state as well. FEMA, I think it may have been reported in a previous meeting, FEMA sent out a task force of engineers to work with those local governments to get into the facilities and do a secondary inspection where they kind of score that and then add that to the application. So that's where we sit right now with the damage assessments. Another question, I don't know if you want to me to move on and talk about Fix the Bricks in the context of this disaster, or if you have questions about that first piece you'd like to talk about.
Council members, any questions on the first piece? No, thanks, Pam. Go ahead and go into the Fix the Bricks part.
Yeah, so all of you are familiar with our Fix the Bricks program. To date, so we're in our third year of funding, and to date we've closed out 55 homeowner projects. With the 2018 and 2019 funding, which is approximately $5.8 million, we estimate we can address another 300 homes with that, and we're working with homeowners now to get them in queue. As mentioned in a briefing I provided a few months ago, this program we're very proud of it, but it has its limitations. Closing the gap on the homes that we can provide resources and support to, and the actual number of buildings that are unreinforced masonry is very vast. So to give you an example of what we have right now on the list, we have 2,824 residents who've asked to be placed on the Fix the Bricks list. We have 600 in queue waiting to be added by our team. And an item of note, 785 of those have been requested since the March 18th earthquake. So we also have a submission in for our 2020 application. We don't know how that's going to turn out, especially with the financial pressures from FEMA. So we're hopeful that we'll have continued funding moving forward. But I think the emphasis at this point in time should be to, maintain visibility of the program, but really focus on public awareness and emphasize the need for homeowners to tackle these seismic upgrades independently. So that is kind of where we sit with that program, and I'm happy to take recommendations or answer any questions you might have on that.
I'm not seeing any questions, so
Okay.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Well, then I just will transition to COVID really quickly and just let you know what our Unified Command has been working on. That group has been, we have twice a week. We meet with the full group, and then we have a weekly objective setting meeting for our incident action plans. I also meet with the County Emergency Coordination Center weekly, and also talk with our peers at the University of Utah Emergency Management. We have been working on first responder shelters. We have an interim facility set up that houses between 10 and 20 beds, but we want to transition that to a different building that we've identified. We're almost prepared to get there. We're just waiting on an indemnification agreement to be moved through. I need to sign that, but part of that requires some cost estimates on utilities. So we have the equipment and the cots, the bedding, cooking supplies. We'll get those all moved over there, hopefully within the next 5 to 7 days. We are also working on logistics support for the Salt Lake Education Foundation to expand the size of their food donation program. They're looking for assistance in the Bryant Middle School, Benyon, and Washington Elementary School area. We've identified a potential building and are working with our partners in PD and CAN on traffic patterns, make sure we have safety issues identified. And what that would basically do is give us, would support them by packaging additional meals and distributing those foods on a weekly basis to community members. Working on the logistics of that. We are also working on identifying locations, facilities, and procuring materials for decontamination stations for first responders in the city. Just waiting for some of those products to arrive. As you know, supply chains are disrupted, and it's been a little challenging getting things in on a timely manner. Our cloth donations, we have to date, and since that's been launched, 730 cloth masks donated to the city from our community. Again, this is a multi-department effort when it comes to collecting those, laundering them, inventorying them, and getting those distributed to our employees and to vulnerable members of the community. And then just the last aspect is our JIC is working to create COVID flyers and posters to be placed in areas that I think the mayor mentioned, was talking about hotspots and heavily impacted zip codes within our community. We're going to be geo-targeting those and getting those placed in the most optimal places to improve awareness. And that's all I have, and welcome any other questions you might have.
Thank you, Councilmember Fowler.
Hi, thanks Pam for the update. This isn't necessarily on anything that you mentioned, but just overall concern that I have that I want to throw out there. And that is about, and I know it's a county facility, but about the Salt Lake County Jail and Oxbow. I don't know if you saw the Trib article today, but there have been a number of cases positive, although it sounds like the sheriff's department's not necessarily providing much information, at least not to the public, about how many cases those are. And again, I recognize that it's a county facility, but I'm willing to bet that a large portion of the people in either the ADC or Oxbow live in Salt Lake City. And so if they are testing positive or being exposed and then being released, I don't know necessarily that we have a way to do anything to track somebody to make sure that they have, if they do get released and are positive, have a space for quarantine. And I certainly don't have any answers to this, but did want to point this out to the administration, to the, as we were talking about great partners and working with the county, I think this needs to be one of those issues that's on the forefront as well. A lot of people who are coming out of the criminal justice system, and probably people that are being released early, are probably unsheltered. I mean, through my experience, many of them are, or now going back home and potentially infecting, other people in their families. And so I'm not really sure, again, what the answer is to that, but I just wanted to throw that out there. And maybe as the administration continues to work with the county and the county mayor, that this be flagged, as I'm sure it has been, but flagged as a pretty big concern, in my opinion. That's all.
Thank you. And I have not seen that article. I'll take a look at that. I have good contacts at the county jail and the sheriff's office, and I have been in personal contact with their chief deputy over the Corrections Bureau. I know they have a robust medical system in place and classification system that to help protect both the prisoner population and the employees who are there. Based on the directions of the mayor's office and administration, I'm happy to make that a more formalized communication process to see how we might better support those returning members to the community to protect them and everyone else.
Other questions, council members? Okay, seeing none, can we go ahead and hear next from David Litvak on the for an update on our HRCs and our unsheltered population?
Good afternoon, council members. Appreciate the opportunity to provide an update. I'll jump in and please interrupt at any time if you have any questions. So I'll just start with what I'm sure you're all aware of. In the last week and a half, we had our first 2 confirmed cases at a homeless resource center, the Men's Resource Center, South Salt Lake. Based on those 2 cases, which happened one day after the other, last Monday, Salt Lake County Health Department initiated a universal testing of all guests at the Men's Resource Center. That was about a 2-day process. There were initially about 50 men who refused to be tested. They were, in essence, provided the choice of being tested and staying at the Men's Resource Center pending results, or going to one of the county quarantine facilities, which many of them did, and then ended up being tested there. Based on the testing that occurred, the testing event that occurred those 2 days, 94 individuals from the Men's Resource Center tested positive for COVID-19. Upon that, anyone that was tested positive was provided transportation to an alternative housing location, one of the county isolation facilities, to be monitored health-wise and to be until the end of their isolation period. We're starting to see some of that now, individuals who are ending their isolation period. At that time, actually after the first positive case, the Men's Resource Center in essence became a quarantine facility. So all individuals in the Men's Resource Center now are quarantined there. That does not mean it's a lockdown facility, but what it does in essence mean that the Men's Resource Center is not accepting new intakes of other clients. As other individuals, as other men that were at the Men's Resource Center complete their isolation period, or if they were quarantining somewhere else, they can go back to the Men's Resource Center once they are cleared through the county health department. The negative test results come back, or the county health department releases them from isolation. So that's probably some of the the biggest news that we had over the last week. Right now, the Men's Resource Center still is serving as a quarantine facility. They are not yet accepting new clients, and we're waiting guidance from the health department on when that period will end. The other resource centers at this time, we have not had any positive cases from the other. I'm sorry, let me go back. One of the important pieces with the Men's Resource Center, while we had about a 46% infection rate among the clients, staff were also tested, and only a handful of staff have tested positive for COVID-19, about a 5 to 6% infection rate. The reason why that's important is the HRCs, all of the HRCs have been working really hard on preventive measures, both with clients and staff, including masks and other protective gear for staff, direction on changing clothes when they get home, things like that. King, I know they're providing clothes for staff when they come to work, protective gear when they come to work. We are right now through the county health department working to provide all staff at the resource centers and N95 masks. But the point being that those protective measures are effective, and the health department attributes those measures and other measures that the Men Resource Center, the operator of the road home, has taken to the low infection rate among staff. As I mentioned, as I started to mention, we have not had any positive cases among the other homeless resource centers, the King or the the Gail Miller Resource Center. We did do a screening and testing event at the Midvale Family Resource Center about a week ago, where we had a one-day event where we had a screening team and then testing of anyone that was symptomatic at the Family Resource Center. I'm happy to report that there were no positive tests no positive cases among our clients. There was one staff member at the Family Resource Center that did come back positive, but we have not seen any additional cases from there. We are working very closely with the other homeless resource centers on the processes that they have in place, the screening and the testing, and access to the 4th Street Clinic, and continually talking through what I know is the desire to increase testing among individuals experiencing homelessness. There's not any questions specifically about the resource centers. I'll just mention as far as the unsheltered community, as most of you know, about 3 weeks ago, we initiated a new outreach, a COVID-19 specific outreach program, building off of the great work of Volunteers of America and our Community Connection Center, where we have multidisciplinary outreach teams going out across the county, working with individuals, following CDC guidelines of educating individuals experiencing unsheltered homelessness about the risks of COVID-19 and things that they can do to mitigate their risk and the spread of COVID-19. That includes part of the multidisciplinary team includes public health nurses. We have 3 nurses that rotate between 5 teams that are going out Monday through Friday with the outreach teams that provide screening. And for those that are screening positive in terms of answering the questions on symptoms, we are prepared to provide transportation to the individuals to the 4th Street Clinic for follow-up and potential testing. For those that that want to take advantage of that opportunity. We at this point have had only a handful of cases of positive cases in the unsheltered community, 2 of which I know that have one ended up having their own housing to self-isolate, and one that was in a county isolation facility. And then actually is now in the one of the women's the King Resource Center after completing her isolation period. That's a general overview and update, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Oh, Mr. Chair, if I can also add, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
This. We also a week ago initiated a new program, Stay Home, Stay Safe Hotel Project. What that project is we identified individuals in the HRCs and at the Sugar House temporary shelter and at the Wiegand Center who meet the criteria of high risk within the homeless community. So individuals who are 60 plus and have underlying medical conditions, or that was just 60 plus, or those younger than 60 with underlying medical conditions, and who are also asymptomatic, and we have offered to house them in a hotel through the public health emergency. Right now, we have 90 individuals in the hotel, and are also now starting to also look at expanding that. So we do have some additional capacity of about 30-ish individuals um, to the unsheltered population as well. And that just started, I believe, last Friday.
Okay. Council members, any questions on that? So, David, is the spike that we saw on Thursday up to 92, do you think that that is more attributable to the availability of testing, or do you think that there was something else that caused that big spike in such a short amount of time?
Yeah, I think what the health department would say is that specific spike is mostly related to the confirmed cases that were at the Men's Resource Center just prior to the testing event. Though it is difficult to know how many individuals may have already been asymptomatic prior to the exposure. So it's difficult. And that's one of the things that we're talking through with the other providers in terms of evaluating both the benefit and the downside of universal screening at the other HRCs where there has not yet been a confirmed positive case.
Okay. And do you know of those, how many are totally asymptomatic?
No, I don't have the total number. The majority, there was a high number of individuals that were asymptomatic. Happy to report that of the 94 individuals that tested positive at the Men's Resource Center, only 6 had to be hospitalized. I don't know I know that 2 for sure have been released from the hospital. But as of Friday, the last update I received was Friday, so I don't know the status of those individuals. But I just mentioned that in terms of the impact specifically on the individuals medically has been pretty minor.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Any other questions? Okay, then we will move on to thank you so much, David. Appreciate it.
You're very welcome. My pleasure.
An update on the arts grant program that we discussed at our last meeting, and there's a request for a straw poll in this item. We have Ben Collender from the Economic Development Department and Felicia Baca from the Arts Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Ben Collender here. Good afternoon, council members. Just a quick recap on my end. So anytime we look at shifts in the non-departmental contract for the Arts Council Foundation, we request from the Arts Council Foundation approval from their board. On April 9th, that they voted on a letter to request shifts in the non-departmental funds to partner on a program with the state focused on artists for COVID. We gave a high-level heads up to the council in last week's meeting, and council had some questions. So I have Felicia on the line to help provide those updates, provide updates on the program and answer some of the questions that council members asked as well.
Hi,
Felicia.
I'm the primary question that sort of came up, I sent along an update. I spoke to Selena Milner in the mayor's office at length regarding the question of the qualifier related to citizenship, and we had actually had what is called an ITIN number in the application. I just wasn't aware of what it was. So Selena talked to me about ensuring that it would include our undocumented populations, and it's just anybody that applies does have to be able to receive legally taxable income. So the list of who it includes was in that email that I sent along. And if you have specific questions about that or any other updates, I'm happy to discuss those.
Okay. Thank you. Council members, questions on that? Okay, we were asked for a straw poll on this item, so I'd be happy to entertain one if someone wants to make it.
I don't think we need a motion, just do we support it or not? Is that the vote?
Yeah, no, we don't need a motion, but I can't remember if, as chair, if I'm supposed to ask for straw polls or ask for one of you to make them.
Well,
So-
Mr. Chair, I'll do a straw poll of, I'd like to straw poll that we support this, this item.
Okay. Again, for purposes of clarity, I'll just call through and ask, well, is there any discussion, first of all, to the straw poll? Okay, I don't see any hands for that. So I'll go through and just roll call it. Councilmember Rogers,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnston,
Yes.
Councilmember Fowler.
Yes.
Sorry, I called you out of order. I don't know why. Councilmember Valdemoros,
Yes.
Councilmember Mono,
Yes.
and Councilmember Dugan.
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well.
Thanks so much,
Okay.
everybody.
All right, thank you. So we'll go to the last part of our agenda item number 1, which is a special session update from Lynn Pace, lobbyist for Salt Lake City. Lynn, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Council members, it's good to be with you, albeit remotely. Thank you for what you're doing in these unusual times. As you may have heard, the state legislature, for the first time in Utah's history, pursuant to the new authority that they obtained last fall through a constitutional amendment, the legislature called themselves into special session last week, and that was an interesting process to watch. Under the new guidelines, that special session can continue for 10 days. So they did business last Thursday and Friday, and they will continue to do business, further business, this Thursday and Friday. They introduced one of the interesting things about about the legislature calling themselves into session is that then they get to set their own agenda rather than depending on whatever the governor wants to talk about. So they introduced 16 bills and 4 resolutions. All but 2 of those had to do with the current related emergency. One of the other 2 bills was a veto override matter. And the last item is one that had nothing to do with either. And that's created some friction, and I suspect the legislature may not bring it up. But so most of the action they have been taking has been related to the current either the earthquake emergency or the virus emergency. There was only one earthquake item, that was House Resolution 302, by which the legislature extended the emergency declaration, which was first issued by the governor on March 18th, and they extended that for another 30 days through May 18th. So that was the only earthquake-related matter. All of the other matters were related to the virus. And just so that you have a sense, I won't take time to go through all of those because most of them were related to the state's budget and income tax, extending the income tax deadline and things that the state needed to do for housekeeping purposes for their own legal issues. There has been a strong flavor during the session of some tension between the legislature and the governor as to the scope of the governor's authority, his duty to consult with the legislature. And you'll see as I talk through some of these bills, you'll see how the legislature has been pushing back in some interesting ways. And then there's also been some friction between the state decision makers and the local decision makers, to the extent that some state leaders have felt that they disagreed with or would have modified some of the decisions made by either city or county leaders. So, but and by the way, if you have any questions or on any of these, please just interrupt me. I can't see any of you right now, so just speak up and we'll deal with it. The first bill that I wanted to bring to your attention is House Bill 3005, sponsored by Representative Gibson, and that's been referred to as the 48-hour bill. And what it does is it says that the governor cannot issue an executive order or an emergency declaration, and I'm using those terms loosely, but it requires the governor to give the legislature 48 hours advance notice before he issues an executive order, unless there's really a life safety reason why he can't give that much notice, and then he has the authority to do what is necessary, of course, to preserve life. The backstory to this bill, as I understand it, is that there were legislators that were frustrated with the governor's issuance of his executive order about housing evictions and didn't feel that they had been consulted. And so this would require the governor to dialogue and with the legislature in advance. And it also clarifies that the legislature has the authority to override or set aside the governor's executive order by legislative action. So that bill has passed the House. It has been circled in the Senate. And I think there is some dialogue ongoing between the executive and legislative branches to try and come up with some middle ground they can both live with. House Bill 3006 dealt with election amendments, and the substance of that bill is that it eliminated in-person voting for the upcoming primary election in June. The legislature did not want to change the date, but they essentially eliminated in-person voting, so the election will occur entirely by mail unless individual counties request or give notice that they intend to create mobile voting centers on election day. And there was a fair amount of dialogue about this during the session, but although the bill does not explicitly limit this to people driving, sort of drive-by voting, if you will, although the bill does not limit it to that, that's clearly its intent. And no one could really answer the question what they would do if someone walked up or if they rode their bike. But essentially, any county that wants to operate a mobile voting center on election day has to give notice to the state by May 1st. Mayor Mendenhall has asked me to prepare a letter for her signature that by which we will request that Salt Lake County do that for the purpose of facilitating greater access to the ballot for people within Salt Lake County. So there'll be more dialogue to come on that bill, but that bill has passed the House and the Senate, but those changes only affect the upcoming primary election this June. There is another bill pending, House
Wait,
Bill 3.
Man, on the first one you talked about, I think it was 3006. So it requires the governor to consult with the legislature before issuing any emergency order whatsoever, or
I would
just,
have to, I don't know if it is limited to sort of a global pandemic. So I'd have to look at the definition.
okay.
But the important part of that bill is that it requires the governor to give 48 hours advance notice to the legislature before the governor could issue the order, unless the governor maintains that there is simply a life safety crisis that requires him to act without advance notice.
Okay, and so then the 48 hours is so that if the legislature wanted to convene to override the order?
Yes, that's exactly right. One, it gives them a chance to try and talk him out of it if they don't like it. Or
Uh-huh.
two, it actually gives them enough time to call themselves into special session if they can justify the emergency, because they have to have an emergency to exercise those powers. But that's the reason for the 48-hour window.
Okay. Is anybody asked? I mean, does anything like this exist in any other state, like where the legislature has this much oversight authority into an executive, what's typically an executive function?
You know, the several state legislatures have the authority to call themselves into special session.
Right.
But as to that very question, that question actually was asked on the floor of the House by Representative Nelson, and in response, Representative Gibson said, "You know," he said, "I don't know the answer to that, but I know what works for us, and this will work for us." So it was an interesting discussion on that very point.
Okay. Well, can we like? So was that satisfactory to everybody else, or was anybody else concerned about that issue?
This bill, the bills that I'm describing, most of them passed by wide margins.
Uh-huh.
This one, there were about 20 no votes on this bill,
Okay.
but it still passed the House and it is now, as I say, circled in the Senate.
Okay.
Do you have more questions about that?
No, I don't. Well, yes, but go ahead.
Okay. House Bill 3009 was is a bill sponsored by Representative Hawks. It's entitled "Local Government Emergency Response." It was aimed at two purposes. One was to do some housekeeping cleanup for challenges that local governments have discovered in dealing with trying to conduct business in this virtual world when we don't have face-to-face contact. So it dealt with things like signatures on plats and posting for meetings and grandma responses. So a number of cleanup items, which are non-controversial, but how to deal with those issues in the context of an emergency. That's about half the bill. The other half of the bill was intended to clarify the relationship between local emergency authorities, meaning cities and counties, and state authorities. And the bill, as drafted originally, basically gave the governor the ability to veto, and that was the word they used, any local emergency order. And this was intended to reflect what we all saw happen when, in the early stages of this process, Salt Lake County at one point said they might cite people if they violated the stay-at-home order, or charge people with an infraction or a misdemeanor. And the governor's office very quickly got up and said, "No, we won't. We're not going to do that." And so it was intended to sort of clarify who had how much authority. There was lots and lots of friction about that bill, so it was not even raised last week, not in the House, not in the Senate. And we have been working since then to revise the language in that bill to, our hope is to craft something that is much more of a reflection of what the current state law is, and that is local government has emergency powers and emergency authority, and they are free to exercise that authority so long as they do not conflict with or contradict something done by the state. And that's sort of the premise that exists throughout the law. That is not the way the bill was drafted originally, but that's where we're trying to get to. We have been giving our edits to that bill as recently as yesterday and today. So I'm hoping to see a revised version of that bill by the end of the day or tomorrow. If we can all get to yes, we'll run the bill. But right now we've listed that bill as one that we would oppose unless it is amended, because as drafted, it did infringe on the authority of local government. But we've been working closely with the League of Cities and Towns and the Utah Association of Counties and other interested parties to get to language that will work for us. And I am optimistic that things are headed in a positive direction. But I don't know how much support there is for the bill within the legislature. So after all of our work, the bill may or may not pass, but that's where that bill is. couple of, I'm still dealing with House items here. A couple of House resolutions that were passed. I mentioned the earthquake emergency or extending the emergency. There was also a resolution passed that basically was a notice bill that said state and local governments should be fiscally conservative. Don't spend all of your budget because money is going to be tight in the coming year. And I think it was just a shot across the bow to tell governments across the state that we expect to have, notwithstanding the help that has come from Washington and the help that may come from the state, that they expect that the budget numbers, the budget impact will be significant. And I think it's their way of saying to local government, don't use all of your budget and then come crying poverty to us next session. So that bill, that message resolution passed. There was also a bill, Senate Bill 3004, and I think you saw a lot about this in the news reports, was a bill that was aimed at pushing the governor to take affirmative steps to begin to reopen business and the economy. And that was based on some frustration, primarily in locations off the Wasatch Front, where they felt that the steps taken that have been taken were perhaps too strong and had too strong an impact on the economy. So this bill basically created a panel of experts to create an economic recovery plan or transition plan to reopen the economy. And the bill said that panel will be created and they will come up with a plan and submit it to the governor by April 22nd. And then the governor, in response to that plan, was to indicate whether he accepted the plan and was going to implement, or if he was not going to, he had to give good reasons why he couldn't do that, or thought we weren't ready for it. When the questions came up in the debate, they said, "Well, how is this going to happen so quickly?" The answer was, "Well, it's basically already done. We're just implementing." That bill passed the House and the Senate. And in response to that, you saw some of the dialogue the governor came out with on Friday, which was to take the initiative and to say, here's my plan for beginning to dial the economy back into gear, starting maybe as soon as May 1st, depending on what the data shows, et cetera, et cetera. That's the broader dialogue of that bill, but the impact of that bill upon us, beyond the obvious health and economic reasons, is that there was a paragraph in the bill that had language similar to the language we've been discussing in House Bill 3009 that talked about the governor's authority and how that would impact local orders. And that language, that short paragraph basically said that the governor could trump anything that the locals did. And that language as drafted was unacceptable to us. So we scrambled to get it redrafted in a way that we think essentially mirrors existing law, and that is state and local government have authority to regulate and to govern in an emergency. And if the state takes action that preempts the field, fine. But if they don't, or to the extent they don't, the local orders remain valid and continue in place. And so we think we got that bill fixed, but the initial impact on local government would have been significant. But as I mentioned, that bill passed the House and the Senate last week. There's another bill you should be aware about. Senate Bill 3006 is entitled COVID-19 Financial Relief Funding. And that's essentially a bill that allocates $80 million of money the state expects to receive from the federal government for three purposes. The first is for agricultural support in the amount of $20 million. The other is $20 million for housing, for assistance to people to obtain or to retain housing. And then the last $40 million, 20 million this year and 20 million next year, would be assistance to commercial landlords whose tenants have been affected by government orders to essentially stop, to shut down, or as non-essential services. So that's we are pleased with that bill because it provides $20 million for housing assistance, which was a priority we were pursuing. And that bill has passed the Senate, and I expect will be, I hope, will be passed by the House next Thursday. The last bill I wanted to bring to your attention is a resolution in the Senate Joint Resolution 301, which is a joint resolution by which the state approved and accepted the federal funds that were approved in the CARES Act. And so they have not allocated all of that money, but they have accepted the funds, and then we'll see, they will deal with the future allocation of those funds in subsequent legislative actions. So I hope that's not too much of a whirlwind, too fast or too slow. I don't want to bore you with all this. But that's sort of the landscape of the bills that were most significant to the city during the special session. I have not seen any new bills filed, so I don't know whether or not there will be any other bills introduced before they adjourn on Friday. But that's the landscape at present. Do you have any questions about any of that?
Lynn, what about the bill? I think it was a Senate bill to create a commission.
Yes. Senate Bill 3004.
Okay, sorry, did you talk about that one?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed it. But that's only passed the Senate though?
No, that passed the Senate and the House.
Okay, sorry.
And then while the bill essentially would have had the legislative plan presented to the governor on the 22nd, the governor, I think, I can't speak to the inside story, but I think the governor either by agreement or may have just taken the initiative on his own and held a press conference Friday to announce his own plan for starting to reopen the economy. And that's the plan that I think you've seen, that has the red, orange, yellow, green sort of matrix. And based upon the data of testing and infection rates and things like that, they anticipate trying to sort of ease back into a transition period from moving from the urgent phase to the stabilization phase, as they talk about.
So if HB 305 passes, will the legislature be subject to any of the recommendations of the commission? If the legislature issues their own override?
In that context, I think since they have already had advance notice, the governor could claim that he has met the 48-hour requirement, and therefore he would move forward.
Okay. Any other questions, Councilmember Dugan?
On the Bill 3006 of the mobile voting van bus, is it just left up to the county on how many buses, where they go? Who regulates the neighborhoods that they visit? Or is it just like the ice cream truck and it rings the doorbell and you guys got to be out in the street and vote?
I don't know the answer to that, council member. I suspect that what it is a location where if you wanted to vote, you could drive by. So in fact, I suspect that because one of the questions they asked me in passing in my dialogue with Salt Lake County was, how about if we use Liberty Park as a mobile voting site? And I said, look, I can't speak to that. You know, I'm sure we'd be happy to talk to you about finding appropriate sites, but it would not be the bookmobile coming to your neighborhood or the ice cream truck. It would be these established locations where if you wanted to, you could drive by and sort of vote through your car window. The rationale for that is that that's the safest way to do it, because it preserves social distance between individuals while coming as close as they could, felt like they could safely do to create in-person voting. So I think that's the concept they're looking at, but it is not defined in the bill except as a mobile voting location. And there could be, obviously in a county like Salt Lake, there could be multiple mobile voting locations.
Okay, so instead of a line of people, it's just gonna be a line of cars, hopefully in the correct neighborhoods.
That's my impression, and it remains to be seen. It's one thing if you want to drive by and drop off your ballot, but it's another thing if you drive up and they hand you the voting machine through the window or something. I mean, there's some logistical challenges there I haven't thought through, but clearly I think we would favor the maximum range of voting opportunities for our citizens, and we will be encouraging Salt Lake County to pursue that.
Thank you.
Other questions, council members? All right, it doesn't look like we have any more. I spoke a little bit too. Thank you, Lynn. We appreciate it.
Thank you. If you have questions, obviously, let me know, and we'll see what happens toward the end of the week.
Thank you. And I spoke a little bit too soon and said that was our last item on the agenda, item number 1, but we also were wanting to hear an update from, if we can, from CAN or HAND on CARES Act funding for CDBG. Do we want to do that now, or do we want to have that during our CDBG discussion? Because it's kind of both, because it's about the funding from the CARES Act. So I'll defer to whoever is from the administration that if they want to talk about that now or wait.
Hi, this is Lisa. I think it might be good to have Lonnie give an update now on the difference between the CARES Act and the separation between what has previously been discussed and this current issue, and would like to make a tie between the CARES Act specifically and this agenda item, which is related to the emergency.
Okay.
Council Chair,
Yes.
this is Lonnie. I'm hoping that maybe Cindy can put up one slide that we have prepared, if that's all right with you. Actually, that's just the title. I think we all know we're here to discuss. This is the meat of what I would like to offer. As Lisa mentioned, we hope to make the distinction between this new funding that's coming through from the CARES Act and the conversations that are ongoing on the consolidated plan and the annual action plan for all of the different funding sources that we receive through HUD, CDBG, HOME, and ESG funding. And it looks like, to me, I hope that you can also see the breakdown of those different funding sources. In this case, we don't have HOME dollars that we anticipate, but we do have CDBG, ESG, and HOPWA funding. Those amounts have been identified and released by HUD via letters to the mayor, which is the appropriate conduit, so to speak, from HUD to the city to inform us of those dollar amounts. We know that those are coming. That's what we know. We also have been provided with waivers, and that's a mechanism for us to be able to modify our existing programs, the FY 19-20, and potentially future funding, as would be coming back to you as council. We've been working with state and county. They are both amending their FY 19-20 plans so that they can be responsive as soon as possible once more clarification comes through from HUD. We also have learned this week that the state, or maybe it was yesterday, sometime recently, that the state intends to use their Emergency Solutions Grant, CARES Act or CV funding, to specifically address rent assistance. Those activities would not be within Salt Lake County, but would also provide, in addition to rent assistance, the shelter operations. We also learned, I think yesterday, that the county is planning to redirect the home funding that was previously committed to development for affordable housing to rent assistance. And then we will have forthcoming waivers that will provide a very much reduced public process, like instead of 90 to 120 days typically for an amendment to our consolidated plan or action plan, what we refer to as a substantial amendment to those plans. This would allow for a 5-day public process. We have put in our request to HUD for those waivers, but we have not received a confirmation. We hope that that will come through tomorrow. So as Lisa mentioned, these monies, these funds are separate from our current dollars that are being implemented right now. And they are also separate from the information that we've been discussing on the consolidated plan and action plan. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Council members, I'm trying to, I can't see all of you because of the slide. So
we can
does
take down
anyone...
slides, that's helpful.
Okay, yes, please. Okay. Question from Council Member Dugan.
Is there a sunset clause with this money? Is it just good for 1 year, or is it multiple years?
Sorry, we don't know yet. We are still looking for clarification from HUD on that timing.
And we don't have a timing yet on the date we would actually receive the money. They've promised it, but not said, here's your check.
Yes, sir. That's exactly what we are in the situation of.
Gotcha.
Councilmember Valdemoros, did you have your hand up? No. Okay. Council members, other questions on this issue? Okay, I don't see any, so we will go ahead and move on. Thank you, Lonnie. Appreciate that.
My pleasure.
We'll go ahead and move on to agenda item number 2, which is an update and timeline for the city's 2020-2024 consolidated plan guidance use for guidance of the use of U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development funds. So, leading us in this discussion, we've got Ben Ludke from the council staff, Lonnie Eggerson-Goff, the Director of HAND, Jennifer Schuman, Deputy Director of HAND, and Tony Milner, Policy and Program Manager for HAND. Hello, everyone.
Hello. I think a good place to start, Mr. Chair, might be with the new proposed target area, the Utah shape nicknamed target area.
Yeah.
And then there was also a meeting with council members earlier today that has a proposed edit to that Utah shaped target area. But let's start with Cindy Lou. It's option number 5 for the target area map. If you could please display that.
That's coming up, Ben. Just to clarify for the public, when you say that council members have met, what that means is available council members in small groups. So people who want to have the opportunity to talk things through with a small group of their peers. It wouldn't be the majority of the council meeting. So just say that for the public record.
Thanks for the clarification.
All right, let's go back to that map. Okay.
And could you zoom in just a little bit, Cindy Lou? So this is the target area nicknamed the Utah shape. I kind of think it looks like Utah if it had a mohawk with the jagged edge on the north boundary. This was selected combining elements of the administration's alternative target areas. The discussion from the small group meeting of 3 council members, the rationale for selecting this map was that it continued to focus spending resources on low-income residents. These are the red and orange tracks especially, which have a greater number of low-income residents. It fully includes the 9 Line RDA project area and the North Temple RDA project area, and most of the State Street RDA project area. Not all, but most. The boundaries also include both of the homeless resource centers and the neighborhoods around them. And the notch in the northeast, the boundary is 600 west and 600 south. I just noticed that wasn't labeled on the map. So Cindy Lou, can you put up the number 6 option so we can compare the two, please? So the only difference between the two is number 6 extends the northern boundary to 300 north. Previously, it was a jagged boundary, which aligned with the North Temple RDA project area. For this number 6, it is 300 north straight across. Otherwise, it's the same as number 5 that we just saw.
Hey, Ben? Hey, this is Andrew.
Yes.
Was this state, the eastern edge of State Street, was that supposed to be also the eastern side of State Street to match up with the proposed CDA?
It was, my recollection is it's not to match the boundaries of the State Street project area, but it does extend to the eastern side of State Street, since the target area is concentrating funds for transportation, public infrastructure improvements, and for small business revitalization efforts like the facade improvement program. The intent was to have both sides of State Street be eligible for funding those programs instead of just one side.
For those who are looking at the map, it looks like it ends at State Street, so the east side would be a part of it, but it is the east side of State Street from 6th to 21st would be a part of this map.
That's a good clarification.
Ben, is that true on the other borders also? The 300 north, 600 east, or 600 west, and the 600 south? The north side of those, north and east sides?
I don't think the discussion in the meeting earlier today specified on the 300 north. So I think that's a question for the council. On the 600 south, the recommendation from that small group of council members was for it to be on the south side of the street. And I don't recall on 600 west, but that's a very good clarification that is worth discussion of the council.
On the 600 west area, what I recall is that on the goals that we were told for the consolidated plan, there are a few properties east of 600 west between North Temple and 300 north that because of the development patterns there and what's coming with a bridge going on 300 north, it would be beneficial if we added it all the way up to 500 west.
And Councilmember Valdemoros is referring to the 300 North pedestrian bridge that will go over 5 sets of train tracks, and it'll be especially helpful for students of West High School.
And then there is also a senior residence project also on that side of 600 West that could benefit. I mean, some of the goals that the plan has is for food access or access to fresh foods for low-income communities. And I think extending that one to 500 West could help that group as well.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Councilmember Mono.
I just a clarification on extending the boundary to the east side of State Street. So a property owner that is on the east side of State Street could qualify for facade improvement grants just because they touch the boundary of the CDBG target area, or would the target area actually have to go to Second East? I mean, how does the side of the street that the boundary is on affect the facade improvement grant?
My understanding is the property would need to be located within the target area. I don't think it has to be entirely. And there are additional requirements for a property to qualify. Just because a small business would be in the target area doesn't mean it automatically qualifies for the facade improvement program.
But I guess to me, if it's on the east or west side of State Street, that properties on the east side of State Street still seem like they would not qualify because they're not because they're not in the target area. Or am I understanding something wrong?
My understanding is if the property is on the east side of State Street and that property is abutting the public right of way on the east side of State Street, then it would be qualified.
Okay, great, thank you. I support that idea because I think streets are often borders in the city, and it's better if they're more like zippers. So connecting both sides of the street is important. So I think that clarification is critical to me.
Council members, I can't, I want to keep the map up, but I can't see you during this discussion. So if you would either use the hand tool, oh, thank you, Councilmember Johnston, you had your hand up and then you took it down. Councilmember Johnston, did you have a question?
Councilmember Dugan, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Back to the 300 North, we still don't have a clarification because I don't know the area very well to tell me if the north side of 300 North is should be in the boundary or not.
So, Council Member Dugan, I think I can answer that. And my
Okay.
intention is to say yes, because there's opportunities for transportation improvement, which is one of the goals that we're looking at. So I don't want to just encompass just, half the street and not be able to look at any infrastructure improvement that we're doing there in case there was a dedicated bike lane or,
Right.
that type of thing. So my intention would be to extend it to the north of 300 North.
Sounds good. I like that.
Councilmember Valdemoros.
Earlier, I heard that going back to State Street, I heard that, Ben, correct me if I'm wrong, that these new boundaries would include 2 of the resource centers. And which 2? Because this one leaves out the Women's Resource Center on 700 South, but it does include the youth and the men's. So is that the 2 that you were talking about?
It's a good point. It includes the men's or the co-ed center and the youth resource center. It does not include the women's resource center, which is a block or half a block away. One of the points was including the neighborhood around that homeless resource center so that the transportation improvements could be made to that neighborhood, serving the clients who use the homeless resource center. The council could adjust the boundaries to specifically include the block that the Women's Homeless Resource Center is located on.
Okay. Let's see. I don't see another hand up. Oh, Councilmember Johnston.
All right. When we talked about this earlier, originally we intended to mirror the borders of the State Street CDA, that area, and I thought that the Geraldine Resource Center on 7 South was a part of that CDA, Ben. Am I incorrect on that?
The RDA project area for State Street does include the Women's Resource Center, yes.
So that's why I asked the question at the beginning about the map itself right now, because it's a little deceiving. The actual eastern border of the State Street proposed RDA isn't State Street. It's just a little off that, closer to Second East, I believe, Ben. Is that right? Therefore,
is.
it would encompass both of those resource centers.
Wait. Sorry, Andrew. So are you saying that the border does include the resource center, or that it should?
I thought that the current proposed RDA, State Street RDA area, was State Street, both sides of it, like half a block or a block, all the way up. And so if the intention was to follow the boundaries of that RDA area, therefore the Women's Resource Center on 7 South would be a part of it. This map itself looks like it's a straight line on State Street, but the RDA area is not a straight line State Street. It's a little to the east of it.
Right, but at the beginning, I think Ben said that it gets most, but not all of the State Street RDA.
Yeah, the northern end, north of 6th South, is not part of it anymore. You look at the map, that's a cutout piece.
Okay. Well,
the Women's Resource Center is in that little orange area just to the right of the shaded area we're talking about. It actually is inside the RDA zone, the proposed one.
so you would like to propose changing the map to move the eastern border to what, second west or second east?
I just said move it to the proposed eastern edge of the State Street RDA zone.
Okay.
So it mirrors, so they are the same border on the east, up to 6 South.
Okay. Is there any concern with that you can think of, Ben?
I would want to double check that includes CDBG eligible areas. I don't know off the top of my head, but that's something we can quickly check.
Okay. Did any other council members want to speak to Councilmember Johnston's suggestion? Councilmember Dugan.
I like the suggestion.
Okay. Councilmember Rogers.
Can we hear from the admin and if there'd be what they think on that? Like,
Yeah, I was just about to turn to them. So, Lonnie or Jennifer, do you want to?
Jennifer Schuman, can you speak up on that?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, council members. So extending per council member Johnston's suggestion of using the State Street, I'm looking off at a map, the State Street RDA area, it does encompass CDBG eligible areas. We can certainly add that in. And Ben, I just sent that over to you so you can see that right hand shared on the screen. But yeah, we can absolutely do that if that's what the council would like.
Okay. Councilmember Johnston, you have your hand up?
No, no longer.
Okay. Council members, anybody else have any questions or anything on that, on the boundaries? Anything else? Okay. I think this is a really good compromise. I'm really happy with what we've been able to capture in this area. So that's my thoughts on it. And just checking one more time to make sure no other hands are up. Okay. Councilmember Valdemoros.
Yeah, I was wondering if we're gonna see an updated map with the changes that we just discussed, and if, just for clarification, are we making a decision on this one today? Or later formal session, or is it next or May 5th?
We can make a decision on this today if we want to, but we typically, I think, would wait until the 5th.
Okay. Great, thank you. That way we can see the updated map.
Yeah.
Okay, great, thanks.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Councilmember Fowler.
I'm sorry. I thought that they needed a decision sooner rather than later, so they had some time to get the application done before the May 15th deadline. Are we still, if we push this a vote out into May, does that give them enough time to meet their deadline? I just can't remember. I remember some discussion about this, so.
Yeah.
The 5th was the date that, sorry, it's Cindy, the 5th was the date we agreed upon with the administration, and that gives them 10 days to get their materials into the federal government.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Councilmember Romano.
I'm still not clear. I think either's okay, but I'd like clarification on two. Are we proposing moving the boundary to 200 East or to just match the State Street RDA project area? Because that's not a clear line. It's kind of, looks like the Mohawk, but different.
It's just to add to where the State Street CRA boundary is.
But still cutting it off at 600 North, so nothing above 600 North?
Correct.
Just the eastern boundary of the State Street. Okay, thanks.
600 south.
Sorry, thank you, yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right, anything further from the administration on this issue? Okay, perfect. Well, thank you very much, Ben, for your work on this. Thank you, Lonnie, Jennifer, and Tony Milner.
Thank you.
We'll now go to agenda item number 3, which is a 1-year action plan for community development block grant and other federal grants for fiscal year 2020 to 2021. And we have with us, again, Ben Ludke from the City Council Office, Lonnie Eggerson-Goff, Director of HAND, Jennifer Schuman, Director of HAND, and Tony Milner, HAND Policy and Program Manager. Okay, so we're going to pull out our sheets. And I'm just pulling up some information here. No. Okay, go ahead, Ben.
At the last briefing, Mr. Chair, you had asked council members to come prepared with any potential funding shifts that they'd like to propose. In the small group meetings with council members, there was discussion about a couple applications, the in-between being one of them. I don't know if it's helpful to jump to funding shift proposals, or if you would like the administration to review information on some individual applications first.
Let's have the administration take us through some of the individual applications, and then we'll open it up for council members to make any pitches that they want to make.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Councilmember Johnston.
I just have to reiterate that due to my employment by Volunteers of America, Utah, I'm going to recuse myself from most of the discussion regarding the public services section and the emergency services section, which Volunteers of America has applied for grants.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember Johnston, you can, if you'll just mute your microphone and your camera, and turn off your camera, and you're still welcome to follow the discussion or hear the discussion, even though you have recused yourself. So I'm just going to remind the administration as we go through these other applications or these updates on these applications, if you will, please try to keep that as brief as possible so that we can, we're already over quite a bit on our agenda. and I want to leave plenty of room for time if council members want to make changes. So Lonnie Agerson Goff.
Thank you, Council Chair. I wanted to just clarify the two applications that I have heard and seen requests for clarification would be for the in-between, or there were three actually, the in-between South Valley and Journey of Hope. And I would welcome, if there are other questions, we can address those, but we can be very brief on those three.
I think I'm the only one that had raised questions about Journey of Hope, and I felt like my questions were answered in the materials that I received, that I think were sent to everybody. So you don't need to update everybody on Journey of Hope on my account. But I think there are multiple council members that are interested in the in-between, and I don't know about South Valley. Hold on just a second, Councilmember Fowler.
I just wanted to let you know that I too am interested in Journey of Hope. I didn't
Oh, you are?
have
Okay.
questions about it, but just like if we're kind of looking at perhaps funding it or moving things around, then I am more interested in Journey of Hope than in the South Valley thing. Just FYI. I have to leave it a little after 4, so I wanted to throw my 3 cents out there.
Okay. Okay, so I guess Lonnie, do you want to then give us a really brief update on in between Journey of Hope and South Valley?
I would be happy to, but I would prefer that Tony, who's been closest to
Okay.
all of the process, would do that. That's all.
Okay, that's fine. Tony.
Sure. So the question about South Valley Sanctuary being funded less than their requested amount, the proposed recommendation is $30,000. We touched base with their staff, with their executive director, Jennifer Campbell, and she said that they would be able to still execute a program at that amount. The difference in their budget would be covered by other sources of funding. As for Journey of Hope, we sent the application and the CDCIP board's notes or questions about Journey of Hope, and any notes that we took at the meetings that the CDCIP board took, and pass that on to council staff. Just kind of reviewing their score overall, their outcomes, and just kind of giving more information about them. I'm happy to answer more information about Journey of Hope. Something similar, we did something similar with the in-betweens application as well. Again, we provided the application and any notes that were taken from the CDCIP board with their questions, and then kind of pass that along as well. So I'm here to and happy to answer any questions about those applicants, those 3 that I just mentioned, or any others.
Okay, thank you.
Council Chair, there was one item related to Journey of Hope, I think that was discussed during at least one of the small group meetings with council members, is that we would be happy to offer more mentoring for Journey of Hope staff and be able to potentially strengthen their application in the next round.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would like that. I can request that on their behalf.
In the next round, like next year, you mean?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, council members, are there questions for the administration on any of that? You can go back to raising your hands on your camera because I can see you all now, if you do. I have a question that hand staff mentioned in one of our meetings, that the mayor's recommended budget may include funding for Catholic Community Services Wiegand Center. And I'm wondering if this is expected to be included in the mayor's recommended budget. And if that could possibly be covered, if it is going to be included, if that funding could cover application item number 6, which would free up $47,000 for us to use. Is there anyone from the administration that can answer that?
I'd have to defer. I have not seen a completed mayor's recommended budget or related to that.
Chris, will you ask me again?
Yeah, that I was wondering if you're planning on including the Wiegand Center programming in your proposed budget for application item number 6.
You know what? I can pull up my key changes on that on the Homeless Services Division and get back with you in just a second.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Let's see. Would anybody else like to ask a follow-up question or make a proposal on shifting funding? No? I know people talked about shifting funding from the in between. If the mayor was inclined to include or to give some general fund money in her budget to the Wiegand Center, I was going to propose that we take from that item and give $30,000 to the in between.
I like that idea.
But if the mayor is not going to include the Wiegand Center, then I don't know what we want to do there. Another option is that we could shave off from of the 10 applications that the mayor recommended funding for in this category. That there are a few that are above the $30,000 level. We could take from each one of those and give 3,003, or we could take 3,333 from each to reach the $30,000 minimum for the in-between. So that would be like sort of spreading the pain between multiple, everybody feels a little bit of the hurt. Councilmember Dugan.
Yeah, I'm not in agreement with that one. I think from our last one discussion, that $3,000 could really impact a lot of programs. I'd rather go with the previous option of the Wiegand Center getting the 30,000 all going from one, and that's not spreading peanut butter, spreading the other one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's a good use of the money.
Okay. How do council members feel about the other funding shift options? So we've discussed the first and the fourth one. There's 2 in the middle. I'm not in support of this second one.
Chair, for the public, maybe could you please say what the second one is?
Oh, sure. The second one would be shifting funding away from applications with the largest recommended funds. So this would be applications that are being funded at 50,000 or more, and they would include Advantage Services, Homeless Employment Support, VOA's Resource Center, Women's Resource Center, and although that one it's 100,281, but the applicant also has $38,000 mayoral funding recommendation in ESG for the same program. And then the number 33 is for the YWCA Women and Children in Jeopardy. Can I ask the administration about that, item number 31, the Women's Resource Center at 100,000, and then the additional 38,000 in ESG? How would the program be impacted if we if we cut the CDBG funds by 30,000 from the 100,000, and then they get, or by 30,000, and then they get the 38,000 in ESG funds.
Sure, I can speak to that really briefly. Just the ESG funding is meant for dedicated shelter services, where the funds here that we're looking at, the CDBG, would be more case management based.
Okay. So they just would not be able to hire as many case managers or manage as many cases if we were to do that? Is that basically essentially what would happen?
I'd have to double check their application and what on their breakdown of their budget.
Okay. And then going back to the email, the other recommendations were that 8 of the 10 applications are equal or less compared to last year, except for item number 12, which is First Step House, and item number 13, also First Step House. Reducing the funding in these levels to what they got last year would provide 28,000, which is 1,800, just roughly. Would be okay. So it would free up 28,194, and then that's 1,806 below the $30,000 minimum funding level. Although,
Mr. Chair?
yes.
I was just looking at the First Step House ones, and I don't know that I'd want to cut all the way back down to 30,000. But if you look at item 13, they also requested 68,000 from ESG. And so maybe, Tony, we can speak to that, because that would be a total of, I don't do math very well, but let's see, 97 and 68 is 150 plus thousand, right? And so
65.
Thank you. I wouldn't be opposed to reducing at least some of those. I mean, those two programs at least a little. You know, I don't hate the idea of kind of taking a little bit from other programs, maybe not all of them, right? But I think that we could reduce these ones down a little bit, maybe even just like 40 and 40, perhaps.
Councilmember Dugan.
I'm going to have to disagree. I kind of oppose taking any of the funding off of the programs that have a high ranking from the commission or the committee that ranked them. I would rather look at the other options that were proposed, whether it was from the using the funding of future, the fund balance, the RDA, or just betting on the come that the COVID relief funding would have funding for us to use that. I think the programs did a great job on their write-ups, and they have a great they got a great ranking from the committee. And I think we need to, I mean, I appreciate the committee and I really respect their committee. And I don't really want to take any funding off of programs that already have it. And I'd rather see if we can get some funding from other things, options, I think 2 through 6 on the email.
Okay, I see we have several council members with their hands up, but we also have the mayor who I think might have an update for us. So I'm going to call on Mayor Mendenhall first, and then we'll go back to the council members who had questions.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So we are going to be proposing a continuation of the Wiegand Center funding that we did last year, which is $127,000 through the CAN budget. Does that help?
Yes. So what was that, were you planning to do that in addition to the 47,000 in CDBG funds? Okay.
And Mr. Chair, I have just kind of a budget process clarification, if it would help.
Sure, go ahead.
Just so, especially for the new council members who might not understand sort of the process and how it works, the mayor often has to juggle and balance things in the sort of closing weeks of April as more revenue data is available. And so sometimes things that are intended to be funded fall off. But what council staff does is we keep track of some of those things, and then we keep them on the council's list as you guys are going through your balancing process. And sometimes we're able to find sort of little buckets of money here and there. So it's good to know where you're interested in things, but just acknowledging the potential changes in the budget development process as it's going forward in April. So just wanted to flag that for you guys.
Thank you, Jennifer. Councilmember Rogers.
I was just going to kind of go that same route and just say, I don't want to change the funding. I want to move forward as is. And I think there's other funding buckets we can look at for some of these other deals.
Okay. Any other thoughts, council members? So, well, I would propose, here's the other thing I feel like we are missing from the discussion that was a point raised by Andrew, who can't participate, is that there are going to be more funding opportunities for COVID-19. And I wish I knew more. I wish I knew all that he does about this. But he indicated that there may be opportunities to fund the in-between with COVID-19 money because it's more of a medical facility. So I don't know if council members, how council members feel about that. I just saw a hand up from, well, we've got one from the mayor. Mayor Mendenhall, do you add to that?
Oh, sorry, I just didn't put my hand down from before. Sorry, I'll do that.
Okay, Cindy Gus Jensen.
What we could do is, I think it's safe for us to say we understand your intent that there are several council members who would like to look for funding for the in-between. So we could continue to work with the administration on that. There's another path that I think Ben may have mentioned already to the administration, but sometimes there are funds that are in accounts that maybe have not the work hasn't been started on those projects, and maybe they are in some cases 3 years old or even more. And so I think that it's worth us getting a report on what funds are currently in CDBG that are haven't moved for a year or two, and are they're awaiting one thing or another, because you may have changed. Maybe the priorities are different now than they were, and if the money's not being deployed quickly, it's probably worth the conversation to see if you might want to use some of that for some of these other purposes. So that would be one additional thing that we could check on, in addition to the other things that Ben had on that list.
Okay. Okay. Well, in light of that information, so I'll just say that, reiterate that I think I'm the one that is really strongly wanting the administration, and other council members, please chip in if you feel this way too. I'm willing to go forward with what the administration has recommended and not disturb the recommendations. But that vote for me is very contingent upon trying to find other money for the in-between, to give at least 30,000 to them, whether that's in COVID money or whether that's kind of, shaking out the couch cushions from past CDBG. But I'm prepared to go forward with, without disturbing these other pools, contingent on that. So, council members, if you agree or disagree, please speak up now. Otherwise, we probably need to move forward.
I agree.
Mr. Chair.
As long there's that contingency that we can see some other funding for that one particular.
Yes.
I would, this is Councilmember Dugan. I would say, I really want to find the funding for the in-between, but I don't want to take away funds for the stuff that we have. So I think we do need to shake out the coins underneath the couch chair, how you said it.
Okay.
I agree with you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I would be supportive of what you propose. I would also be supportive of if there are some other organizations that got a large amount of money of trying to take a little bit away from those. I think that's not what the council's moving towards, it sounds like, but I would be supportive of that if there was interest in that option as well. But I agree with what you're saying about moving forward as proposed and just with a commitment to find some additional funds somewhere else.
Okay.
For it.
Councilmember Fowler.
Thank you. I agree with you, Chris, and I'm ready to move forward. I do just want to reiterate one of the things that you mentioned and Lonnie mentioned. I really would like for Hand or to work with Journey of Hope, and so we can see a higher ranked application from them next year, because I think it's a really valuable program that they're doing. So that would be my only other thing. But other than that, I'm ready for a thumbs up.
Okay. Then I'm going to propose a straw poll that we not disturb the other allocations from what the administration is recommending. That we do that contingent upon trying to find at least $30,000 or more for the in-between somewhere else. And third, that we ask the administration to reach out to Journey of Hope and mentor them through the application process so that they can come forward with a stronger application for 2021. So I'll go, anybody want to speak to that, or I'll just go ahead and call the, okay. Councilmember Rogers.
Yes.
Councilmember, not participating. Councilmember Mono.
I think Councilmember Valdemoros had a comment on that.
Oh, you do? I'm sorry, Anna, I didn't know if you were raising your hand. Comment. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, I couldn't find the little hand. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
So no, as per seeing this recommendation, seeing if there's any funds left over from CDBG, awards that have not been used, that we could use towards this year. Is that, I don't know where that was left. Did we say that we're going to ask administration to see if they can find that information, or?
Yes, that was part of the straw poll.
Okay, great. Just making sure. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I also have a question. Within your straw poll, is it, if we were to approve this funding recommendation contingent upon finding other funds, and then for some reason that didn't go through, does that in any way put the rest of the funds in jeopardy? That they're not officially approved by us?
No, well, my intention is that not that we that my straw poll, well, first of all, it's a straw poll. So
right.
Second of all, my straw poll is that I'm saying that we do this contingent on the effort to
find. Okay.
Yeah. So if we're not able to, then yeah.
And these are still approved. Okay. Yes. Then is it still my turn to answer the straw poll?
Yes.
I would say yes.
Okay, Councilmember Valdemoros, I didn't get an answer from you either. Did you want to? Okay. Councilmember Dugan.
Yes.
Councilmember Fowler.
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. Okay, thank you. Thank you again to Hand staff for all your help and your hard work on this. We appreciate it. We'll now move to item agenda number 4, which is zoning text amendment increase to increase building height in a portion of the GMU zone. And we have with us.
Sorry, Chair, Mr. Chair. Should someone text Andrew and tell him he can come back to the meeting?
Yes.
I'm happy to do that.
Thank
This
you.
is Cindy Lou. Mhm.
Thanks, Cindy, Lou. Okay. So yes, item number 4 was zoning text amendment to increase building heights in a portion of the GMU zone. With us, we have Russell Weeks, council staff, Nick Norris, planning director, Molly Robinson, planning director, or planning manager, excuse me, and John Anderson, planning manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you'll bear with me, I just want to outline some things for the people who might be watching. This is a follow-up to an earlier discussion about a petition to increase heights in about 3¼ acres bordered by 250 South, 500 West, 350 South, 600 West. The proposal was to increase building heights to a minimum on corners to a minimum of 100 feet and on a maximum of 190 feet on corners in that area. There was also a maximum 100-foot height limit in the mid-block area. One point raised in the earlier discussions was the potential to change building heights in a wider area around the proposed item. The planning division has a presentation to make. Its observations and council staff policy questions can be found on pages 3 and 4 of the updated staff report. I also would like to mention that there are a number of guests available to answer questions if the council is interested. One is Danny Walls, the RDA Executive Director, Paul Nielsen from the Attorney's Office, petitioners Nathan Ricks, Andrew Bybee, Trevor Evans, and Doug Tim, and EPA representatives Paul Drake and Jordan Swain. And with that, I'll turn it over to the Planning Division.
Thank you, Russell. This is Nick Norris. We're going to have John Anderson run through our presentation, but I just wanted to quickly touch on a few points that hopefully we can cover. And I think first is that the Planning Division wants everyone to know that we certainly support additional building height in our downtown area. That is in all of the downtown area, including the GMU zone. We're at a point in our city where we need to have additional height given growth rate and our future and all of that fun stuff. But we do think that our code is not adequately addressing the impacts that height creates, particularly on public spaces. So that's what our focus of our presentation is going to go on. At the end, we hope that we'll be able to provide some, hopefully some guidance for you to consider on potentially making some changes as part of this application. So I'm going to turn it over to John and let him run through the presentation.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. I was going to share my screen here and hopefully, does it look like it's working?
It does. So council members, while this screen is up, if you have questions, if you'll just use the hand tool, since I can't see all of you, and I will do my best to watch that and write stuff down and listen.
All right. Well, thanks, council members, for having us back here to talk about height specifically. We kind of talked about, there is a private petition. Russell kind of went through this, so I don't want to reiterate what he said. But I do want to make sure that we mentioned that it would allow heights up to 190 as a permitted height and not through a design review process, which is different than most of our current zones that allow additional height, but through a process. The Planning Commission recommended denial that followed suit from staff's recommendation as well. That was based on the existing master plan documents we have for this part of the city. So we were looking at downtown master plan and the urban design element. We really talked about the Gateway neighborhood being described as transit oriented in a mid-rise neighborhood. I think the question of what mid-rise means, and if you Google it, you'll find a whole mess of different ideas. So I think that is up for discussion. But the urban design element also encourages development south and west of downtown to decrease in intensity, so that the central business district really starts at the top of the pyramid, and then that it slopes out in intensity to the south and west. Adopted plans do encourage increased development and density downtown, so we do want to see growth there, as Nick mentioned, and the additional height probably is part of that. So specifically, we're looking at the GMU, which is located on the west side of downtown. These two images just kind of share what that urban design element encourages. Right here, kind of wanted to go through kind of what do we know? Where are we at here, right? I think that we would all agree that a height study probably is needed in all of our downtown and GMU zones. Probably none of them are I would say, perfect or in a great position, but something that needs to be looked at. I think we know that adopted city master plans encourage additional height and growth in downtown and around transit stations. As Nick kind of mentioned, there really is starting to become a need to expand the CBD. A larger CBD can support height on the edges of downtown, and as that grows, as the apex grows in the CBD, well, then that pyramid shape will continue on the south and the west, meaning you could still have additional height than what's allowed now, kind of responding to what's happening in the central business district. Additional height may help the city to achieve development, economic, social, and housing goals. It's a great tool used to leverage property values to maintain property tax revenue. The more you can build on a site, the higher you can get, the more development potential. Obviously, the more valuable the property is. So I think it is important to mention, that density can still be achieved with rise development. It doesn't mean that the only development growth we're going to see is in these huge super tall buildings. So, but I think that we really need to mention that there have been recent efforts to increase height in the downtown area, and they've been controversial and actually taken a lot of discussion. And the two are the D4 zone related to the Convention Center Hotel, and then Block 67. So we do support more height. I think it's important that we realize that adding height does create impacts. Staff would love to be able to look at this and review it holistically through all of downtown and the Gateway mixed use rather than through a piecemeal kind of effort. So I'll just kind of go quickly through some of these impacts. I know we're kind of over on time. First of all, wind. Wind, a tall building can create downdraft effects. It can channel or create a canyon effect. It can make it unpleasant for pedestrians. This is really going to be more related to taller buildings, like very much a lot taller than what we're seeing and taller than probably we would see it as 190 feet, or isolated buildings, which are kind of, which this one, if there was a height increase there, it would create an isolated building at the time of construction. The second one I think is more obvious and clear is, solar and shade. So one, it could create impacts to solar energy production. It impedes the growth of trees and plants kind of on both sides, whether you're getting not enough sun, or if you look, for example, across the street on 4th South in front of the Chamber of Commerce building, I don't think those trees have grown an inch since I've started here 10 years ago because it's just too hot. It impacts utilizing passive energy design. It also discourages people from utilizing open space during cold months. Certainly it would do the opposite on warmer days. And also one other impact would be glare. And Nick kind of mentioned this and threw this on our side, was a London skyscraper that could melt cars and set buildings on fire from the reflection on the glass. So could be an impact, something to consider. And I should have started with saying, a lot of these, and if not all of them, it can be designed around, right? So that there are impacts, but there are ways to start to alleviate or potentially mitigate those impacts. Falling ice. This is actually from the Gallivan Center at the top right. So this is an often every winter kind of issue with watch out because here it comes. One of the impact are view corridors. And I think this is something that we have in a lot of our master plans. I think that it's fair to ask the question, are they still relevant? Especially those view corridors that are from a vehicle. And is passing on I-15 for 1 or 2 seconds and getting a glimpse of the temple still is still a valuable view corridor that we need to just to make sure that we're protecting. Something that has been brought up is the Utah State Uniformity Code. So the code says that regulations are uniform for each class or kind of buildings throughout each zoning district. So there should be uniformity throughout a zoning districts. Regulations in one zone may differ from those in another zone. So we do have some concerns by saying that these 4 acres of the GMU are appropriate for 190 feet, whereas the other, dozen blocks are not appropriate. So something we wanted to make sure you were aware of. Affordable housing, height is as an incentive. Really, height is how we control density in almost all of our commercial and mixed-use zones. So it's a tool that we've been looking at as we're moving forward with our affordable housing overlay, because it's something that it's a carrot that we can provide. And so by just allowing it outright, it could help. It may prevent some of that additional housing. Just something to consider with that. Historic preservation, with more development, right? Allowing additional height, it may promote demolition of some of the small scale structures that exist in the area. The Warehouse National Historic District covers a lot of this gateway area. Because it's a National Historic District, it doesn't provide any manner of saving structures or protecting them. It does allow for a property owner to potentially seek out tax rebates or tax incentives to remodeling a structure rather than tearing it down, but it doesn't necessarily protect it. There could be other tools, transfer development rights, something that has worked in other communities. It's something that we've talked about in the years I've been near the city, but something we haven't necessarily implemented yet. We had showed it's economically valuable. It does show, it does require manipulating the market a bit, and it would definitely come with some administrative costs. So moving forward, I think it's important, like Nick mentioned, we're not anti-height. We're not saying that we don't want to see taller buildings in our city, but we do think that they should be more heavily scrutinized to make sure that the impacts that come along with that height are being mitigated. So we do have a design review in process, and we feel like it should be required for gaining additional height in these zones. That design review helps us to modulate taller buildings to establish steps in the building facades. It can minimize shadow impacts and include features that serve as windbreaks. It would require design of the roof and cornice lines to complement surrounding buildings and build a cohesive pattern with the rest of the building, and just to help create a more unique design of feature. I think it's important that as these buildings are taller in the community, they are seen by more people. They're more visually impactful. And so we do think those buildings should have an extra level of scrutiny. And then also just making sure we're talking about and thinking about those environmental impacts, which are glare, shading, wind, and ice. So overall, just kind of wrapping up, we're not anti-additional height. I think that we really support additional height. We would like to review what is appropriate for minimum maximum heights in all our downtown zones, including GMU. But with that caveat that obviously it would take considerable staff resources and time. So that's this presentation I put together. I'd be happy to answer any questions for you if we could. I'm happy to take this off the screen as well.
Thank you. That would be great. Just so I can see everybody. Okay, council members, questions on this item? Councilmember Valdemoros.
So right now, as proposed or as is, it's 190 feet of height in the GMU. Is that right, John?
Yeah, the proposal would be to allow up to 190 feet.
Okay, and then what was the Stack Development's request?
So this is the Stack Development's request. So this was a privately initiated petition.
Got it. And right now, what's the max that we have right now then? The allowable max?
120 feet.
Okay. I just want to find a balance. I think, as obviously we're all in general in favor of allowing for more height downtown. I think it's a question of when is the right time to allow for additional height, and when is it when is the time to put our resources so that the staff can do the review, because it's in a way like we're looking at the future right now. I mean, this will continue hopefully right now, disregard the pandemic, but hopefully we'll continue to see development happen downtown. and we want to be prepared and we want to be proactive, and we probably want to plan ahead and not miss some opportunities that could help our overall economy. And so I'm not sure how the other council members feel, but I just want, whatever we decide on, I just want to make sure that we find a middle ground on how to move forward.
Okay, Councilmember Mono.
Yeah, I appreciate that presentation, John. So on this proposal, I'm supportive of additional height. I think it's really important. I think that area is a perfect spot. It's right next to the intermodal hub. I think it's a perfect spot to increase the heights. I'm not super concerned about the pyramid shape of downtown, and I'm not super concerned about the view from the freeway. I think that those things change as cities grow and change, and I think you get used to the new views. And I think, to me, those aren't major concerns. However, I don't think that this particular proposal is the right way to increase heights. And I think, so I'm not supportive of this proposal because I think if we increase heights, we need to do that as tied to certain incentives like affordable housing. I also worry that we get these massive 190-foot tall private office buildings or luxury condominium buildings that public can't enter. I think additional heights need to be tied to things like active public uses on the ground floor. So maybe the whole ground floor needs to be restaurants and shops because it is a transit-oriented development. It shouldn't be a spot for just people that have a key to get in the door, but a spot for the whole public to go and mingle, obviously, once it's safe to do so. So I am supportive of additional height. I don't think that this puts in enough guarantees that the height will come with public benefits that would make that neighborhood and that area thrive. So that said, I think we need maybe some clarification from staff, planning staff, as to what exactly, John, you mentioned a lot of significant staff resources to do this the right way. And that's something that we hear a lot. What does that look like? Because to me, those things are really important for us to figure out.
Well, I'll start, but I'll let kind of Nick build on what I'm saying. I think one part of it is that I think we want to employ somebody who was an expert in this type of a field. That I don't know that we have that expertise on staff necessarily. I think we have a lot of resources, but I think we'd want to find someone who's done something like a height study that can really take a look at kind of the vantage points, look at the city, kind of really the downtown and GMU, look at it block by block, because I think we'll find that, for example, just saying 375 feet all the way across D1 is probably not appropriate. On 2nd East and 5th South is very different than right downtown 1st South and 1st East, something like that. So I don't know that we have it in-house. So I think we would probably be looking for some sort of outside consulting effort. I don't know if, Nick, you want to build on that.
So I think the first thing is what resources we do have and what processes we do have. The design review process does include a number of standards, and most of it is geared at actually the impact and of the ground floor and how buildings interact with those spaces. And I think part of our point with this presentation was to say height does impact how those buildings interact. We're not, like I said, we are not opposed to tall buildings. In fact, we need them. We need taller buildings in Salt Lake City. And that's just a fact with how limited land we have to provide all these great uses that we want. So that has to happen. But it is more complex than I think people think. Given this petition is a private petition, we do feel like sending something through the design review process is a good way to start that, absent more resources, because we don't know if we're going to have those resources down the road to be able to do that. But at least this starts a negotiation process and a discussion process with people who want to go taller. It helps us understand better what type of standards we need in place so that as we learn more, we can start applying those things.
So would something like including a design review process and also including specific use incentives like affordable housing be a middle ground and something we could implement now until we get the resources to do a full scale height study? Or does
yeah,
that still not meet staff's concerns?
No, I think it does. The use thing is a little bit more challenging. And by use, I mean incentivizing those uses that we really need in the city, the affordable housing. There's some other things too, the community service types of uses, places for small businesses and things like that that usually can't afford new construction.
Right.
And so we need to figure that part out. The design review process really isn't the right place for that. We are working on an affordable housing overlay to help deal with this. And that's why this is such an important application to us, because the tone of this really actually drives where we go with that. If the council wants to use height and let the market kind of dictate that, that's great, fine. It just means we have to change our approach on affordable housing incentives. So we're comfortable doing whatever, but we do think the design review process is critical absent other standards and things in the code.
Thanks.
All right, Councilmember Fowler.
Hi, thanks. So I appreciate what you just said, Nick, and that was my dog. I appreciate having the design review board review this application and not just do a blanket change in that, because I agree with everything that you just said, Nick. And I take an example of Wilmington, where it just in talking about Wilmington and what right there below 13th, an example that of like how buildings are working together. In the wintertime, Wilmington is a sheet of ice. There is no sun that goes into Wilmington because on both sides you just have these high rises, and we needed the density there, but did it really does it work, or could we have thought about how to layer that a little bit, right? So that we did have some, like, I don't like to walk down Wilmington in the wintertime because it's dark and cold and icy, right? So I appreciate the process that we have in place, and also agree that we do need to look at sort of finding some funding and some resources for your division to do a citywide study on height and planning and the future, right? Because we are going to go up, but what does it look like, and how do we make sure we're doing it the right way?
Yeah, one thing I should mention that we are working on, it's still just kind of internal to our division, but we are working on some significant, hopefully, code changes that will free up more staff time so that more resources can be allocated towards doing things like this, instead of responding to the really kind of minor isolated types of things like special exceptions, some conditional uses, and things like that have a high approval rating or a high denial rating. Right now, almost all of our staff resources are allocated towards processing land use applications. So we can't really get to these studies that we do have the capacity, the capability, and the talent to be able to do those things. We just don't have the time. And so hopefully some of those changes can happen sooner rather than later. We'll see how that shakes out, but.
Okay, Councilmember Valdemoros. Oh, I thought you had your hand up before. Any other council members? Councilmember Johnston.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I agree with the comments that were just made by Councilman Mono and Miller. I would agree with the design review process at this point. Thank you, Nick and John. I do agree with doing that to preserve the affordable housing overlay concept, as well as historic preservation. I also think that the third piece to that's, I think, increasingly important to tie into this is green spaces. I think as we go more vertical, more dense, we're gonna have to open up spaces throughout the city and kind of master plan that in a lot of ways. So I'd like to see that built into this at some point as we get more resource and hosted planning. I will disagree with Representative Mono slightly. I think the view line, the sight lines of the city do matter, at least from the northwest corner. We have probably 1 to 2 iconic sort of views of the city. One of looking southeast through the city, so you get the Wasatch behind the mountains with that sort of cascaded old LDS Salt Lake Temple, the new buildings behind it in the mountains. I think that is an important piece to the sort of the iconography of the city a little bit. So I'd like to see that sort of incorporated, obviously, as we do get more dense. But otherwise, I would approve of this, and I would also strongly support investing in some master planning work sooner than later, and maybe deferring everything to this current budget cycle, depending on the mayor proposals, to get ahead of this so that we can catch up on other things afterwards.
Thank you. I have a question. Could we approve, if we wanted to, the portion of the application that asks for a height increase and not approve the portion of the application that asks it to pass the design review board?
Mr. Chair, the proposed application does not have design review in it.
Right, that's what I'm saying is like, could we vote to include or to increase the height, but to still require design review? Does that make sense?
I mean, it is a privately initiated petition, but I guess I'd probably defer to Paul or somebody from the attorney's office to see how we would go back, do that. And if it needs to be something, it needs to go back to planning commission and have them review it because the application, if it's changed substantially.
I think if we're talking about a text amendment that is reasonably within the scope of what went to the planning commission, that's probably okay to consider and not send back. It's when we start changing the geographic scope of petitions that we need to be concerned about that. Or
Okay.
we do something that's just so far outside of the realm of what the commission considered. It's a completely different thing that we would have to go back to the planning commission.
Okay. I don't know if there's any appetite for that. But I was just curious. I mean, I am really frustrated that by our existing height restrictions, and the only reason why I feel like I want to vote for this is because I want to do something to like break through and like make a change. We start voting on higher buildings, but I really am uncomfortable with not having the design review board input. So like for that reason and that reason only, I'm not inclined to support this. But I do feel like I know that there, the staff's laid out a lot of really good reasons why it hasn't happened until now, but it's something that we absolutely have to do. It has to be a priority. And if that means that we have to, as a council, find the money to, to pay an outside group to offer recommendations, or if we have to pay to increase planning staff so that they have more time. But I think so many of the problems that we have in our city are related to the fact that for so long we just allowed things to spread out. And, having the huge blocks that we have, having the much wider streets than we have, and then having height restrictions, like all of that contributes to walkability, and in turn, all of that contributes to poor air quality. And so when we talk about doing all that we can as a council to try to improve air quality in Salt Lake City, we're not doing one of the main things that we could be doing, which is looking at height. So. And Councilmember Rogers.
I agree, Mr. Chair. I know that this has been an RDA area for a while in this area, and I don't think we've had any projects really develop out there in this. So I'm all about height. I think that we need to have more height everywhere in the city. That's why I would be in favor of this, because like you say, it would kickstart, the idea of actually having development there. So I don't know. We always talk about that we're pro development, but here we have a case where there's a huge project, a huge investment they're willing to make, and I'm not for skirting around the design review board at all, but I would be in favor of looking at somehow figuring out that we could incorporate this project to use the height and looking at that way to catapult the rest of the projects in the area.
Yeah. Anna, did you have your hand up again? No.
Yeah, I just agree with James. I think this area has been stagnant for over 15, 20 years. And this is why I was saying we have to be ready, we have to be proactive as these projects come, and we didn't request it, we didn't solicit, and then work with them, some sort of middle ground, but we need to start this RDA area ASAP.
Councilmember Rogers.
Just wanted to follow up because this is just right outside of what the mayor's talked about in her State of the City speech with, the corridor for the tech corridor that we're looking at. And we already are losing to Silicon Slopes, right? We're behind. And I feel like we need to prioritize. I think Andrew said it before, let's put our money where our mouth is and put it towards planning. If we have to outsource that to make these types of things happen, let's do it. Let's make it happen.
Councilmember Dugan.
I agree that we all need height. I have no problems with that. But just to look at this thing as a one spot, I think we could do ourselves a disservice unless we look at it throughout. And just saying, yes, we're going to approve this one without really looking at the whole holistic side of it, we're going to end up with a lot of spots. We're just going to have a mishmash of height restrictions, and everyone gets what they want. So I think we need to figure out the staffing so that we can do a better job of playing it. I want the height. I do want the height, but I don't want to rush it into it right now, especially at this economic point in the city and in the nation. I think we can take a deep breath. It's not like the world is booming that it was 6-8 months ago.
I have another question for staff. Is there any way what's the best way to assume that the council, that there aren't the votes to approve this, this recommendation as is? What can we do as a city to still try to work with the developer to make this proposal happen or something close to it?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
it's Cindy. A couple of things that you could do if you wanted to do a hybrid type thing like what you had mentioned a few minutes ago of advancing this. You could ask the attorney's office, planning, and our staff to work together on a motion that that moves it ahead, but with both the types of restrictions that were mentioned in John's presentation and in Nick's comments, as well as the design review. You could do something like that, and put some contingent language in, that type of a thing. It would take some time for the staffs to work together to figure that out. So if you wanted to advance this particular project, there's probably a way to do that. The other thing you could do is not advance this project, but instead appropriate some funds or ask the administration to come back to tell you what it is that they would need. So there's really quite a bit you can do. You can approve this and get the bigger effort moving, or you can not approve this and still get the bigger effort moving. So either thing you want to do, you just need to tell us and we can work together with the administration to come back to you.
Okay. I'm open to both of those things, honestly. But I'd like to hear from everybody else.
Chair, can you repeat the two options that Cindy gave? She kind of broke up for me there.
Yeah. Cindy, do you want to repeat them both?
Yes.
Cindy?
Okay. I'll do my best. So you can either move this project ahead or not move it ahead, but either way, you can appropriate some funds to get and express your intent to do the thing that you guys have all been talking about, which is find a pathway to more height through the city's professional planning division and any consultants that they would want to hire. So you can ask them to come back through the mayor's office and tell you what you would need to appropriate to get that done. If you do decide that you want to move this particular application forward, I would ask you to give us some time to work with planning in the attorney's office so that it could be done. We could come back to you with a motion that very carefully incorporates the design review and the type of review and issues to be considered that Nick Norris and John were mentioning.
I mean, honestly, I'm very open to either one. Knowing that we could possibly move forward with the project and still address the design standards, like I'm almost inclined to go with that option.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers here. Just wondering, do we give the applicant any time at this point, just before we go to vote, just so we can hear what they have to say?
Yeah, I did want to, yeah, that's a good point. We should do that. Is the applicant here and do they want to speak?
We are here. This is Nathan Rex. Thanks so much for taking the time today to have this hearing and to think about this really important topic. We've had the chance to present a couple of times in front of the council, which we're grateful for. We just think it's time to think about the future. I appreciated all your comments about planning and being prepared and kind of channeling what we'd like to see happen in these areas. You've heard from us in the past, so maybe it's redundant, but we just think we're at a place in the state where we got to recognize we're the second driest state in the nation. We don't have unlimited water. In fact, it's severely restricted. We can't sprawl forever. It's unsustainable. It causes more cars on the road, more pollution, and so forth. As we look at these areas, and I think there's two that are really critical in the city. One is the intermodal hub, and the other one is North Temple. These are really just two of, I think, 3 spots, maybe 4 in the entire state where you have tracks and front run intersecting at the same stations. So they're really, really important locations. And there's been multiple studies that show that if you can densify within within a 5-minute walk of a train station like these really important hubs, that you're going to then increase ridership dramatically. And the problem that I see is here, UTA and the state and the city, we've all spent, billions literally creating a rail transit network. Don't densify around these stations. We permanently impair the ability of those stations to function the way they could. We waste and squander the investment that we've all made in these really important critical transit, points, infrastructure. So we want to get cars off the road. We want to clean up the air. We want to create walkable, sustainable communities that are more healthy. that people are encouraged to walk, to get on public transit, and take advantage of that by allowing height and density. And we appreciate, the 100-foot minimum, 190-foot maximum, but that could be wrong too. To Nick Norris's comment, we probably should study it. I mean, maybe the right number is 260 feet, maybe it's something else. I don't know what it is, but what I do have a deep conviction of is that in that quarter-mile ring, if we take that station, either one of them, and we draw a quarter-mile ring around it, it should be allowed to be maximally densified, and make it as livable and as do great design, do all the things we all want to do. We don't want to be a detriment in terms of having that density create problems, whether it's shadows or wind or ice or whatever it might be. And I think, as has been said, we can design around those things. But just the big picture to me is, what do you do in that quarter-mile ring, and what do you do in that half-mile ring? And we're way past this pyramidal structure of downtown, and somehow it needs to flow down as it goes out. And if you look at every major transit system in the world, there's just a lot of density around those stations. You look at them from Google Earth, and you can just see these clusters that are very close to these stations, and you don't even have to know where the stations are. You can just look at the skyline.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Andrew Bybee, also from Stack. I think the point that we want to make here is that we appreciate everybody kind of trying to decide whether you approve our proposal and study it at the same time, or whether you don't approve our proposal and study it. I think our preference, what we're saying to you, if it makes it easier, is don't worry about approving our proposal. We'd be more in favor of just making sure that there's a defined scope and time frame on the study, so we know that it's not open-ended, that we can get to a point at which we can say, this is when we're going to make the vote and the determination where height should be and how high it should be. We as the applicant would be uber in favor of that, even more so than just approval of our proposal.
That's great. I'm in favor of that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
this is Councilmember Dugan. I would agree with that, because let's not just approve it, but we need to, if we disapprove it, we got to give them a timeline. Say, hey, we're going to do this now, so we don't kick the can. That was my concern about approving it and then doing our homework, because then we'll never finish our homework.
I know.
So we got to finish our homework, but we got to do it. We have to have a deadline. Hey, your homework's due here, or you get a failing grade.
Well, I'll take whatever motion anybody, or straw poll or whatever. Are we doing a motion or a straw poll on this?
Mr. Chair, I think it's a straw poll.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Councilmember Rogers.
maybe we could get a timeline from our planning director. I think he'll have a better idea of what we're looking at. Maybe 8 months. Is that how long would it take for us to look at that, Nick?
So, I'd have to look at workloads and figure out where we are and how it fits in to be able to say that right now. I don't have an answer. I was gonna suggest that you go forward with a proposal with a design review, so that it's just so that we have the time to do that. But that's, if the applicants, it's their petition, so they get to, I think, drive that more than me. But I think that we'd have to understand the scope of geographically what that height study looks at. Are we looking at everything in downtown? Are we going to say, for now, we're going to focus on the GMU area, the depot area, and try to figure that out first, and then work our way east to the central business district and south to the D2 zone? So there's just so many variables that I can't give a time frame right now.
Yes.
I think Cindy brought up two pieces that would make some sense. I think the first one was if there is a path forward with this particular development that needs a couple weeks or a little more just to figure out, there's a way to get this done right now. I would propose endorsing that. The second question is about resource for such a study that Nick has talked about. I don't know what the administration is proposing for their budget for this coming year for the department. If we could get a heads up on what the need would be to make a study happen sooner than later, and if we could front load that cost earlier on before the next budget cycle, the next month or 2 months, just to get a head start on this, I would like to have that information to see if we can allocate some resource, or if planning feels like, based on the things they're talking about, some changes that they can do it themselves. The sooner we can get that information, the sooner we can make some decisions budgetary wise in this fiscal year, even before next year.
Okay, so how about this? If we don't do a straw poll and we refer this to staff to try and see if there's a way forward to, with the design restriction or with the design review, I think we should, and we have Nick saying that he would have recommended that. I mean, yeah, I think we should give staff a little bit of time to look at this one more time and see if there is a path forward.
Mr. Chair.
Councilmember Rogers.
In addition to this, it's an RDA area. We should look to the RDA for funding the study as well with planning. In addition to that, I would love it to encompass the mayor's idea of the her tech corridor right around that, because it is just north of it. I think it makes sense to make that linear pitch where you're looking that way.
Councilmember Valdemoros.
To add to that, to what Councilmember Rogers said, I think the applicant made a good point about our transit station areas and how we identify those to maximize the use of those. So I think that that was one point that I really, really liked what he said. But having that said, the proposal that we saw last night had a lot of parking stalls, which to me, it doesn't, if we're trying to use transit, then why do we need so many parking stalls? So that's my hiccup in there. But the rest, I think I'm in support of this project, and definitely in support of looking at it more general as soon as possible.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, the specific ask of planning is what resources they need immediately, so that we could figure out through RDA or other allocation means to do it.
Okay. Yes. Was that a question? I couldn't tell from at the end.
That was my proposal to request from planning, the administration, what the need is to get the station center and North Temple areas looked at first, I think, in my view. And then as Nick maybe just sort of east a little bit, or sort of sequencing the review of the downtown area, but prioritizing those areas, and then we just need to know what the resources they need. We can figure out on our end.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, sorry to tack onto that, to kind of give us a timeline of what we're looking at when they come back.
Okay. Nick and other staff members, does that give you enough direction on this, or do you need me to summarize?
No, I think it does. I think there's a reality that if we're going to fund somebody to go out and help us with a height study, that by the time you go out to RFP and you get contracts in place and you go out and do it, that's a 9 to 12 month process once the money's available. So I think that's just, I want to make sure that's out there so people understand that.
Yeah. So I want to keep this application. I want to see if there's a way forward with this. So, all right. If you don't have any other questions for us, Nick, or you feel like you don't need any additional direction, then I think we can move on unless council members have any other information they want to add.
Mr. Chair,
Councilmember Mono.
we're also asking our staff to move forward with trying to look for a way to make this work with design review or potentially additional modifications.
Yes.
And Mr. Chair, what we could do, this is Cindy,
Thank
is
you. Yeah,
for
I see.
tomorrow, we could write a summary of what we think it is you've asked us to do.
Great.
And then we can get that to you. And then if anyone has any disagreement or concerns, or if we miss something, then you can let us know. There's just so many layers here that we would probably be better off putting our heads together with planning and the attorney's office to be sure that we've captured it all. And also, we want to keep the application alive, as the chair was saying. We don't want to accidentally have that closed out and then have them have to start over again. There may be some pieces that they need some more work on, but there's no sense wasting the effort that has been made so far. So we'll come back to you in email after we get a chance to get this written up.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see any other hands. So thank you to planning for being here for this. Thank you, Russell. Thank you to the applicants. We appreciate all the information. Council members, we are about a half an hour behind, and we are at a break point in the agenda. We have a full meeting on the 5th, so none of the items that we have scheduled for today can be rescheduled. Would you like to plow through the items that we have and try to get back on time, or do we want to move one of the items to after the formal meeting, one of the budget items, and then take the break? I am inclined to push forward and try to make up for lost time. And if people need to mute themselves and turn their camera off and take a break, they can. But I am inclined to move forward.
I'm with you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Item agenda number 6 is proposed department a public utilities budget for fiscal year 2020 to 2021. And with us, we've got Sam Owen from council staff, Jason Brown, the chief engineer, Lisa Tarufeli, sorry about that, finance administrator, Laura Briefer, and department director, and Jesse Stewart, deputy director. Hello. Sorry to Lisa for the name slaughter. Sam, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So broadly and quickly, the Department of Public Utilities budget considers the delivery of major capital projects, such as the city's new $711 million water reclamation facility, as well as regulatory requirements and costs related to the city's growth. The current version of the department's fiscal year 2021 budget also takes into account projected impacts from the COVID-19 pandemic and resulting economic uncertainty. Some of the changes that have been made in this regard include the previously proposed water rate increase has been deferred. The previously proposed stormwater rate increase has been deferred. These two increases are planned to be requested in future years. However, water treatment capital projects such as water treatment plant updates have been somewhat deferred. Requested new hires have been reduced from 18 to a requested 8. Those remaining 8 being requested to meet needs related to regulation, operations, and economic recovery. Furthermore, revenue in the water utility is proposed to decrease from last year and from earlier projections. Based on the previously proposed rate increase, revenue in the sewer utility is proposed to decrease from previous projections, and the Like I said earlier, the water reclamation facility construction is planned to continue with a sewer rate increase proposal at 18%. And with that, Mr. Chair, I would just ask that we turn toward the department for more information.
Okay, thank you. Laura, do you want to take over?
Yeah, I have a PowerPoint presentation that I will share right now.
Great. We're going to try to take 20 minutes total for this budget item and for each of the department budgets. So if you can just try to stay within that or less, that'd be great.
Well, great. And thank you so much for your time today to discuss our proposed budget for fiscal year 21. I really want to thank all of our council members and council staff for working with us on this, and also for all of the efforts you're making to be accessible to us and our residents during this unprecedented time. We have some members of our Public Utilities Advisory Committee that are listening in tonight, including our chair, Tom Godfrey, and others. As you know, we vet our proposed budget through our Public Utilities Advisory Committee prior to bringing it to the mayor and to you, and they have approved this budget on April 2nd. And finally, I really want to express our gratitude to Mayor Mendenhall and her team for all of their great leadership, and also to all of our 400 plus public utilities employees. All of our employees are considered essential emergency responders, and they are worked 24 hours, 7 days a week to provide these water, sewer, and stormwater and street lighting services. So they've had to make a lot of changes, and they're doing a great job, and I'm really proud of them. So joining me today, as you mentioned, we have our Public Utilities Deputy Director, Jesse Stewart, our Finance Director, Lisa Tarfelli, and our Chief Engineer, Jason Brown. And I will go through the presentation, our questions as we go through the presentation. Depending on the question, I might turn to each of their expertise to help answer that question. So just for all of you, we have 4 different enterprise funds, 4 different utilities, and that is drinking water, wastewater, stormwater, and streetlights. The drinking water utility provides water both to all residents of Salt Lake City, as well as additional residents along the East Bench of Salt Lake County, including residents of Mill Creek, Holiday, and Cottonwood Heights, and a little bit in Murray, Midville, and South Salt Lake. Our wastewater utility and drinking water utilities are comprised of a lot of conveyance infrastructure. We have treatment plants and drinking water utility. We have 3 drinking water treatment plants that we manage. And the wastewater utility, we have a sewer treatment plant. With respect to stormwater, we have a lot of conveyance and lift stations. And with respect to streetlights, we've got over 15,000 streetlights throughout Salt Lake City. We've had a long-standing mission at Public Utilities to serve our community and protect our environment, and that's still very much integrated into all that we do. Our budget priorities for this fiscal year are similar to previous years. While we are deferring some infrastructure investment due to some of the economic activities with the pandemic, we still have our budget still reflects a heavy emphasis on infrastructure. Water stewardship is ongoing, and what we mean by that is just all of the water resources that we are tasked with caring for, from the top of the Wasatch Mountains to our urban streams, to the Jordan River, and to the Great Salt Lake. So that means protecting water quality and these resources for the benefit of the public and the environment. This budget reflects a number of regulatory considerations, particularly water quality regulations are increasing, and we are anticipating some new federal regulations this year with respect to the lead and copper rule. We've got some water resource policies that we're looking toward in working with the state of Utah and our water rights. So there are a number of different regulatory considerations reflected. Community vitality, the services we provide are critical to public health and environment and our economy, and this budget reflects that. And then financial health, that's a big focus of ours right now, given a lot of the ongoing high cost infrastructure projects that we see coming towards us in the future. And then, of course, sustainability is embedded in many of these items, whether it's building our new water or sewer treatment plant with LEED and Envision requirements, to assessing our vulnerabilities and adapting to climate change. So there are a number of components of this budget that reflect that as well. Sam mentioned early on that this budget does reflect a number of considerations related to the COVID-19 pandemic. It's important to note that we start our budgeting process in October every year and start really strategizing about capital and operational needs. And by about January and early February, we've vetted a lot of that budget and we've taken it to our Public Utilities Advisory Committee. And so I have to really commend our staff. Once this pandemic became more real to us, we turned around a brand new budget with some additional considerations for the pandemic in a pretty short time frame. And I also have to thank our Public Utilities Advisory Committee for being open and responsive to that as well. So some of the considerations we have, probable decreased revenue, and this is due to reductions in water use that may occur due to closures of certain institutions and businesses. We have deferred most of our previously planned rate increases. We are temporarily delaying some of our larger capital projects. And in particular, we had anticipated starting the design and planning process for our 3 water treatment plants in City Creek, Parleys, and Big Cottonwood for their eventual replacement. And we're now taking a slightly different approach, and hopefully we can start that back up next year as things improve. So we have some work going on with respect to those projects, but we're delaying some of the higher cost design right now. We've also limited hiring new staff. We initially had 18 additional full-time equivalent staff to handle some additional programmatic work in a number of areas of our department. And we're not completely stopping that programmatic work. We're still planning to enhance it, but we're taking a much slower approach. And then we would like to do a mid-year budget and economic review to test some of the assumptions that we've made and see where we're at. So our total public utilities budget is a little bit more than last year's amended budget at a little over 362 million. As you can see on the chart to the left of the screen, a large portion of that budget is capital. And that is primarily due to the continuing construction and rebuild of our city sewer treatment plant. We are anticipating revenues from both water, from all of our rates, water, sewer, stormwater, and street lighting rates. Then we've also got some planned bonds, revenue bonds, and a WIFIA loan. WIFIA is the Water Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act, and that loan comes with really favorable terms, and we're using that to finance 49% of our water reclamation facility. The one rate increase we are anticipating is our sewer rate increase with an 18% revenue increase on sewer rates. And that is due to the need to continue to do the work on the sewer treatment plant and paid debt service on that as well. As I said before, we've got 8 additional full-time equivalent employees. That would bring our total staffing from 439.5 to 447.5 full-time equivalents. These 8 additional employees are to meet some of the anticipated regulatory requirements that we have. And also, we've got a couple of those new employees to help with development review and moving our permitting along a little bit more efficiently. The water utility budget has decreased a little over 12% over last year's amended budget. And you know, most of our capital program emphasis here are going to be continued maintenance and improvements to the existing treatment plants. We've got a lot of water main work, wells, reservoirs, Mountain Dell Dam still has some work that we need to accomplish this upcoming year. And then we also have some operational costs associated with some of the new regulatory requirements. And the sewer utility budget is up from last year's amended budget to over 212 million. I think it's interesting to note here that the new water reclamation facility is 80% of the sewer capital improvement budget. It comprises 66% of the overall sewer budget and 38% of our total departmental budget. So again, that is a focus and an emphasis on that project. We do need to complete that project by 2025 in order to meet some water quality requirements with respect to nutrients. Are there any questions so far?
I don't. Council members, I need you to use the hand tool because we have a screen up. But I thought maybe I heard something from Councilmember Johnston or somebody. No? Okay. I don't see any hands, so go ahead.
Okay, I'm trying to catch you back up on your schedule here.
Thank you.
But I want to spend the time where we need to spend it as well.
Yeah, I don't see any hands at this point, so go ahead and keep going.
Okay. Stormwater utility budget is down over 25% to 17 or almost 18 million. And that budget also has a pretty capital heavy component to it, in large part due to our coordination on the streets improvements, the general obligation streets road bond improvements. We like to get in before the streets are improved and replace infrastructure so that we don't have to do that at a later date. So we've got a lot of that work reflected in this budget as well. And again, no rate increase is proposed here. And street lighting utility budget is up a little bit to reflect some additional capital improvement needs. So we're going to continue upgrades to high efficiency lighting, primarily on the arterials. And we'd also like to complete the update of the 2006 streetlight master plan. That master plan is in draft form, and we anticipate bringing that to the council over the next few months as schedule allows. Pretty excited about the new master plan. It looks at street lighting from a more neighborhood focused perspective. And I think will really improve street lighting throughout the city and quality of life. Then this last section of our presentation includes rate projections and summaries. Every year, we try to give you a sense of where we're headed over the next 5 years in terms of rates. And also, we like to summarize and show you some comparisons between our rates and rates of similar communities. So we do a 5-year outlook of projected rate adjustments, and this is primarily based on a pretty detailed and extensive capital asset management plan and capital improvement plan. And as you can see, the top line is this fiscal year, and showing that we're not proposing any rate increases for 3 out of the 4 utilities, but we do have that sewer rate increase proposed for 18%. And then as we go forward between fiscal year 2022 and fiscal year 2025, we are looking at rate increases projected for water, sewer, stormwater, and street lighting. The sewer rate increases are really, again, focused on the completion of the water reclamation facility. As I discussed earlier, the water rate increases are being anticipated due to some larger capital projects on the treatment plant side. And then stormwater, we've got rate increases to continue with some of the road bond work that we're participating in. And then streetlight, you'll see in 2024 and 2025 a bump in rates, and that's in part due to needing to adjust to some of the capital needs that we have in street lighting, but it is also in anticipation that there may be some additional costs associated with implementation of some of the proposed new streetlights or new types of streetlights after the street lighting master plan is completed. And then we've got some information here related to the monthly impact of the increased sewer rate for fiscal year 2021. And what we're showing here is because sewer rates are based on a couple of things. First of all, the amount of water that a household or a business uses during the winter time. And it's also based on things like the strength of the waste. So what is the strength of the waste in terms of biological oxygen demand? And so for a minimum residential use, we say that that use is about 200 cubic feet per month. And we do have customers on our system where they use that amount, and their current rate right now is $7.34, and their proposed rate with the rate change is $8.68. Then we go forward with residential low water use, residential medium use, which I would say this is the medium use between 4 CCF and 8 CCF is where most households fall. And that rate increase will be between $2.68 a month and $5.36 a month. And then we do have some residents that are have a higher water use during the winter, and their change will be close to $10 a month. And then we gave a couple of examples of industrial and commercial customers. There's so much variability between the types of industrial and commercial customers that we have that there's going to be a lot of variability in the rate changes. And we chose a couple classifications. The nomenclature is probably more meaningful to us in our accounting system. But basically, I think an industrial 2-4 maybe, I think that might be I'm not sure what kind of industrial facility that is actually. A commercial is more like I think a restaurant. But you can see that, again, their rate increases are really based on the amount of water that they use and the strength of their waste. And then we've got some water rate comparisons with nearby states. So we compare ourselves to a lot of Intermountain West states, Colorado, Wyoming, Arizona, and Nevada, and Idaho. And we're not proposing a rate change in our water utility. And so we're still kind of at this between 7 and 8 on the scale of 1 through 9, with 1 being the highest rate. And then we also compare ourselves with local cities around the state, again, with the number one ranking being the highest water rates. And we're kind of still in the middle. We've got 2 different rates, by the way. We've got inside of city, so all of the residents within Salt Lake City have their city rate, and then those that we serve outside of the city, there's a rate multiplier on that. And so we've got 2 different water rates shown on this graph. Sewer rate comparison with nearby states. These are the same cities that we compare the water rates to as well. And the assumption here is when a residential water use. And so you can see that we jump up in the rankings a little bit more with this proposed rate increase. One piece of information that's very difficult for us to acquire from other communities at this point is whether or not they're planning rate increases as well to deal with some of the similar water quality requirements or infrastructure requirements. So that's a caveat to some of these rate comparisons. We just have a limitation in the type of information that we can acquire from them. And then sewer rates compared with other cities in Utah, you can see this is an annual charge. The others I showed you were monthly, but you can see that our annual charges jump up into the number 3 ranking here compared to other cities nearby, again with the ranking number 1 being the highest. And I am happy to stop sharing the screen if you'd like, Council Chair, and address any questions.
Thank you. That would be great. Council members, any questions as soon as this comes down? Okay. Any questions about the Department of Public Utilities budget? Councilmember Rogers.
Yeah, first of all, these presentations get better and better each year because you can see you start having those questions already answered and they're already in your report, right? But I'm just wondering if we can go back to the forecast. I kind of missed that slide. Is there a forecast for the next 5 years so we can see rate increases?
Yes, there is a forecast slide, and I'm happy to reshare the presentation if that's better.
I just wanted to see the percentage again that we're looking at for over the next 5 years. I know doesn't seem like much, but it starts adding up when you look at the percentage overall.
Sure. Okay, let's see if I can share that screen again. I think this is the screen or the slide you're talking about.
Yep, that's it. So we're looking, really, if you look at sewer, you start adding all those up, the total percentage is like, what is that, 25? 30?
Yeah, it becomes, what we've calculated by 2025 is that it is, it basically doubles where we are today in terms of sewer rates.
Right, and that's tied specifically to the new infrastructure that we're making to it, right?
that's exactly right. It's very specifically tied to the new water or sewer treatment plant.
Okay, it's just we all. I just when we start talking to residents, they start saying, "Well, didn't we have an increase last year? Yeah, and the year before that, and the year before that, and you're going to have one for the next 4 years too." So I just want to make it perfectly clear that there's going to be some big, there's going to be some, I'm sure, some pushback on this. So
Yeah,
even
and
though,
oh, go
I mean,
ahead.
even though it's not, I mean, if you look at it, it's not huge increments, but it's just the percentage that it's a tax and a tax and a tax and a tax again. So.
Yeah, we've been working really hard to communicate with our residents on a number of levels with respect to this project and the rate increase and the financial strategies we've employed. We've been holding open houses with the communities, community councils, including information in our public utilities bills and trying very hard to reach out to folks about this. We also, I think one really positive thing with this is when we were able to secure the WIFIA financing, we estimated that that would ultimately, over the life of the project, save our residents $80 million. And I think that was a really important thing for us to be able to acquire for this project for the long term.
Heck, Director Briefer, and if I sounded like I was putting you down, I'm sorry, because I've seen you at all of these events talking to constituents. It's just whenever it comes, even though we can do everything that we possibly can, it's just nice to have everything already said and put out there. So I appreciate you.
I appreciate that too. Thank you.
Okay, if you could, Councilmember Dugan.
Thank you, Laura. I like that presentation. I have a question on the water because we've had that discussion in District 6 and you were so graciously there to explain everything to the residents. But the runoff improvements, does it include big storms that we had that discussion about? And how does that play into your budget and how does that play into the rate increases?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think you might be talking about possible storm intensification.
Yes.
And
Yes.
Similar to something that we saw in 2017. So since those 2017, that 2017 storm event, and I still remember the day, I think it was July 26th, we have embarked upon updating our stormwater master plan. And that is actually in our budget right now. It's the next phase of that master plan. So it's partially in this proposed budget, but it expanded over, or it is over a 2-year. It's a 2-year project. So, what we're addressing in that master plan is exactly that, intensification. So what we're finding is that there is a new and updated model that we can use that takes that into account. And we are also addressing some other things that our previous master plan didn't address, such as water quality considerations, given all of the issues related to water quality and TMDLs, or water quality impairments on the Jordan River and other waterways. So it's a much more holistic plan than the one that we were updating, which was actually done back in 1993.
Okay, other questions, council members? Just a quick question from me, Laura. The council last year department to go and look at the plans for the 4th Avenue pump house and to come back with a design that had a smaller footprint, was quieter, and was more appropriate to the area. I know how much work has been going into that. Is there another time that you can come back before the council, maybe in May or something, and give more of an update on that?
Yes, we would be happy to, Council Chair. And I want to also thank you so much for and staff for attending so many of those meetings and really getting a lot of constructive feedback back from the community. That was very helpful.
Yes, happy to do it. Thanks for having me. Council members, other questions for the department? Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good meeting.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, we'll move on to item number 7, which is the proposed library budget for fiscal year 2020-2021. And with us, we've got Russell Weeks from the council office, Peter Bromberg, Executive Director, Jace Bunting, Finance Director, and Lou Marzulli, the Library Board Chair.
All right. Well, good afternoon, council members. Thank you for having us. Also with us today is our Deputy Director, Debbie Ehrman, and Gordon Bradbury, who's our Assistant Director over Facilities and IT. And I send regrets from Board President Lou Marzulli, who was not able to join us at this time.
Okay.
I'd like to just begin by offering my thanks to my staff, who've really just shown incredible resilience and creativity, compassion over the past 6 weeks. Since closing our library buildings, the library is still open, we're operating, but the buildings closed over a month ago. And since that time, we have been able to quickly transition to virtual communication and meetings, due in part to the great foresight and support of our IT team led by Gordon Bradbury, who's on the call. We have been converting programs online, so we're now doing virtual story times, bilingual, as well as book groups, writing groups, and a number of other programs are coming online every week at this point. We've also redesigned our website on the fly, and we're highlighting a lot of the community resources that are available, as well as digital resources, including our ebooks and e-audiobooks, streaming films, learning platforms such as lynda.com, and a service called Help Now that's available 1 p.m. to 11 p.m. with live teachers to help our students get live help at any grade, any subject. Our Wi-Fi is on at the buildings, and it does radiate outside, and that is a service to many of our residents who are lacking in internet connectivity right now. We are monitoring that to make sure that proper social distancing is happening, et cetera. And recently, actually just on Friday, applied for federal funds from Institute of Museum and Library Services to address digital equity issues specifically on the west side of Salt Lake City, and help get people connected. That was a $270,000 proposal we put in. I think there's a good chance we're going to get it, but really that'll be a 4-month project to help get people connected. We're ramping up our one-on-one appointment service by chat and phone, streamline turning around library cards quickly. And I know I'm not into the budget yet, but I want to just share a comment and then we'll move into the budget. Just talking about how we're getting library cards in people's hands right now is we're receiving a lot of appreciative comments from library patrons, residents about the positive impact that our rapid response is having on the community. And I just wanted to share one comment. Literally, this hit my inbox this morning, and I just thought I'd share it with you. This is from a patron who had just gotten their library card, and they said, "This is such great news. I'm already listening to an audiobook. I'm home not working and spiraling into depression and anxiety. Thank you. I feel better and comforted by my access to free learning and entertainment." And I share that because sometimes I talk about things that don't show up on a spreadsheet. I know we're about to go into budget and we're looking at numbers and graphs and spreadsheets, but the story of the library's importance in the lives of our residents goes beyond how many people may have walked through our doors or checked out a book. And it really goes to this deeply human-centered approach that we take to everything, these individual interactions that we have with real people, meeting them where they're at, helping them address their needs without judgment every single day. So with that, we are now moving towards building reopening. So on top of reinventing, like everyone has been doing, right, how we work and transitioning to the virtual services, we're also simultaneously trying to develop these scenarios for reopening our buildings. And what does phased building reopening and phasing back tiered services look like? So obviously that's all going to be reliant on external guidance that will align with official directives, guidance from city, county, state health officials, as well as access to protective equipment, mask, gloves, et cetera, to ensure that we can keep staff as well as our patrons safe. Now, in a normal year, our library is open over 500 hours a week, those 8 locations across the city. More than 80% of our residents are registered cardholders, and probably the other 20% come to the library for a program at some point, lending over 3 million items, well over 1 million visits. But we also know that historically, when the economy goes down, library usage goes up. We're a counter-cyclical service. So we know we're going to see increased demand for free materials, for reliable broadband and public computing, the one-on-one support that we do, as well as programming for workforce readiness, business creation, educational support, one-on-one assistance, and helping people navigate access to social services and government programs, which, filling out all those forms can sometimes be a little daunting. So the following budget, while we developed this pre-COVID, will support the library's key role in helping our residents to sustain themselves and their families as we're going to navigate through this shared public health crisis and our subsequent recovery from this crisis. So I'm presenting this budget with a recognition that we'll likely have to delay certain expenditures that are in this budget as it was developed prior to this current situation we're in. And the delay of those expenditures will be reliant on the reality of our revenue, and we're aware of that. So I should pause for a moment. Do you all have access to our budget books, the budget book? I wasn't preparing to share it on the screen. I can share it on this. It is not that visual. Should I share it? You got it? You want it?
I am prepared to share. This is Cindy Liu.
Oh.
I do have the budget item prepared to share if you'd like me to go ahead and do that, Council Chair.
I'll reference some page numbers. I'm not sure how easy it will be to read. I can also just drop it in the chat, a link to it if anyone wants to bring it up.
Council Chair, do you have a preference? Should I share? Since it's not a presentation, it's a PDF link.
Sure, go ahead and send it out and people can look at it if they'd like to, but we don't need to put it up on the screen, I don't think.
Sure.
Thank you.
Had I seen the public utilities 2 hours ago, I would have whipped up a quick PowerPoint. But all right, moving ahead. We have identified 3 priorities which guided our budget choices this year. And the first is to be a great place to work for our staff. Second is to create meaningful outcomes and experiences in the lives of our patrons. And the third is to exhibit operational excellence and promote long-term sustainability. And so I can kind of put our budget items, the bigger budget items, into those categories. So related to being a great place to work, of course, we're looking at compensation and benefits. And we were budgeting for a cost of living increase that would amount to about $390,000. If you remember last year, not all of you were on council last year, but we did a kind of a progressive cost of living where we gave everyone a flat $1,250 to their base salary wages based on a 40-hour work week, which meant that staff members making on the lower end of the income scale actually got a higher cost of living increase as a percent of their salary or wages. And the reason we did that was because what was driving cost of living last year as this year was huge jumps in the cost of living in terms of rent. And we recognized that that really hit our lower paid staff members much harder. And as you start to scale up the people on the higher end of the income scale, there also was not a one-to-one correlation, but a very high correlation with people who owned property, including myself, and realized that we weren't being hit by the cost of living. We were in fact making money off it if we own property. So what we recognized last year was that worked well in many cases, but we also then faced some compression issues, which we're now dealing with this year. So our cost of living increase, we're taking kind of a hybrid approach of offering $832 for each to the base of each person's salary or wages based on prorated for 40 hours. And then that's the progressive part of it. And then a 1.75% on top of that, which will help to minimize compression issues. In addition, we have a pretty standard 1.5% merit increase, which total cost would be $171,000, and another $347,000 to address compression issues as well as market adjustments, where where we become out of alignment with the market. So these are on page 14 if you're following along. As far as staffing, I wanted to point out that while the number of full-time employees has increased in comparison to last year's budget, and you'll see that on book, in reality, the only new positions that we're adding are a full-time library assistant at the Marmalade branch and 2 part-time library assistants. Other positions are already on staff and were kind of added in mid-year, added through reprioritizing other operational expenses. And many have actually been offset by reductions in contracted employees or other operational savings. So, for instance, we're bringing our safety security officers in-house. Previously, that was contracted. We're bringing them in-house. So you see the FTE count go up. And likewise, we're bringing a number of IT staff in-house that were previously contracted. We're actually saving money on that, but you'll see an increase in FTE there. Moving on to budget items that relate to creating meaningful outcomes and experiences for our patrons. We are still operating under a strategic roadmap and aligning our staff and spaces and services, programs, and partnerships to really support outcomes in 6 key areas, which are arts and creativity, critical literacy, economic success, healthy together, and inclusion and belonging. And so many of the budget items are related to that in one way or the other. It's very meat and potatoes in terms of, continuing along with our programs and partnerships. We also, again, this year are focusing on clean, safe, and welcoming spaces. So we've increased our custodial staff. And as I mentioned, we're bringing our safety officers in-house. And we've also budgeted for an equity, diversity, and inclusiveness consultant to support the work of our internal EDI committee that's going to help us ensure that all of our services, our spaces, our programs, and our staffing are assessed and designed to be inclusive and equitable for all of our patrons. So that we have a committee that's already in place and doing that work, and that committee has said that a consultant to help advise them would be very beneficial. And then as I mentioned, we have 1 full-time and 2 part-time public services positions to help bolster the high level of customer service that we're doing in the library, and also support just the increasing number of partnerships and outreach that we do throughout the community. I think last time I looked at the spreadsheet, we had like 250 different partners. So this is like literally, we're just partnered with every agency, every social service, faith-based business, you name it. We have a connection, and those are very valuable. And it's one of the things we do is by amplifying the value of an investment that has already been made in other organizations and agencies. It's also very labor intensive, but it's great work. And so the budget helps to support that important work. Lastly, we have budget items that relate to exhibiting operational excellence and promoting long-term sustainability. And we are, again, focusing on long-term stewardship of our facilities. Last year, we completed our facilities conditions assessment, and it identified $10 million in deferred maintenance over 10 years. And we're working through a plan to address all the deferred maintenance. And then this year, we are in the middle, we've kind of paused right now, but we were in the middle of a master facilities planning process that will guide our plan for the next 10 to 20 years in terms of our big picture of where are our facilities sited. Are they where they need to be? Is the space flexible? Do we have enough space? So do we need to expand? Do we need to renovate? Do we need to build? We're looking at the demographic growth projections, and we know that there's a lot of growth in the ballpark area. We know that Sugar House has been exploding, right? And so just looking at where the demographics, where's the growth, and will our library facilities be, well suited to addressing those needs. We're also improving our IT infrastructure. We're bringing IT staff in-house following the recommendation of a tech assessment. As I mentioned, it does both save money, but also improves efficiency and responsiveness that we have to both staff and public needs. And we're also updating and replacing our technology so that we continue to provide up-to-date resources for our patrons. Third, we have a number of capital expenditures guided by our facilities conditions assessment, our technology assessment, and our strategic priorities. A couple of ones I'll just call out are finishing our Sprague renovation, which it's hard what the timeline is now, but we were looking at October, November, maybe for or that time frame. I imagine that will be pushed back a little bit. We had budgeted for the replacing of the roof at the main library. It's been leaking for 17 years, and we have some recommendations from some roof consultants to just go ahead and replace that. Of course, that may need to be delayed depending on expenditures and on revenue. Reworking the 200 East staff entrance for the main library to add some climate control, be a little bit more efficient there, and reduce that carbon footprint. Adding restroom, hand dryers, and toilet valves at the Day Riverside branch, enhancing our Sweet Branches entrance to make it more ADA friendly. Project to replace HVAC controls at Marmalade so that we can control those centrally and again have some more efficiency there. Purchasing some more security cameras, purchasing an HR management system to improve efficiency and our staff experience. Landscaping enhancements at Day Riverside branch and furniture replacement for our Chapman branch, which we have invested a good deal of money in on that refresh over the last year or two. We got about a $250,000 plus refresh, and now we just need to finish it off with some new tables and chairs. So again, we do anticipate we'll need to hold off on certain expenditures, and we have identified areas that we'll make some adjustments in. We, knock wood, we have a healthy fund balance thanks to Jace Bunting, our finance manager, who guides us every year and always says we should have a healthy fund balance for that rainy day, and now it's rainy. But also we have a number of new and special initiatives in the budget, the capital project, and as well as the personnel and compensation. So there's a number of areas that we can potentially look in for delaying our expenditures. And there's two for our budget, which relies heavily on property tax revenue. There's really 2 points in time where we will be well positioned to make some very informed choices. Around June, we'll get some revenue projections on new growth from the county, which will give us a good sense of what that's going to look like. And then as we get into November, December, January, we'll get the last of our disbursements from the county on our taxes, and we'll know at that point by January, we'll know how much money we're going to have for the year. And so any expenditures that we've been holding back on, we can in mid-year have a really clear picture of what the rest of that year is going to look like, as well as what our budgeting for FY22 will look like. In short, we're cautiously optimistic that we're going to be okay FY21, and that this budget will do the job it needs to do for us. And again, we're going to have some flexibility in making some adjustments along the way. So I turned on my New Jersey, tried to speak a little quicker for y'all to get through that. So comments, questions, discussion.
Questions, council members? Councilmember Raul Moros? No. Oh, that was a thumbs up. Okay. I'm just wondering, Peter, you mentioned that you are really reliant on property tax. Have you thought about what might happen in the event of a shortfall from people not being able to pay their property taxes?
Yeah, we're thinking about that and discussing it. In fact, just 10 minutes ago, I was having a chat with Jace, our finance manager, and we're trying to get our hands on some numbers right now from 2008, because we think they give us a good guide from the recession in 2008 of what what did that look like in terms of people deferring payment. But we did have conversation also with Mary Beth when we presented to the mayor, and I'm trying to remember, Jace, if we had talked about this, if you want to go live on your mic or video, because my brain with the details right now is floating around there, that I think we had discussed that we didn't think that there was that big of an impact to the library in 2008 in terms of deferrals, but that's certainly something we have our eyes open about, and we're going to have a better sense of that in June with revenue projections, but I think we'll be able to get our hands on some of the 2008 numbers, which will help inform that as well.
This is Jace. I don't know that we talked about 2008. That was pre both of us. So,
Mr. Chair, I can chime in just a little bit.
Yeah.
Just from 2008, we did see a little bit of a drop in our what we call our collection, the percentage of people who actually pay their property taxes on time. In the city, it was a couple $1 million, but that's of course, based on the city's assessed value. And so in the library, I imagine it's a much smaller figure, and that as long as as long as the library budget has an adequate fund balance, that's essentially how you kind of write it out for that first year. And then in the second year, the rate is adjusted to account for lower collection rate. But it's writing out that first year. That's sometimes hard unless you have a kind of healthy fund balance to pay it. So
Yeah, thank you, Jennifer. And between our fund balance and a number of projects and other expenditures that we can reasonably or postpone, we're feeling pretty cautiously optimistic that we're going to be able to ride out the next budget year.
This is Jace again. I might just mention that our projected fund balance at the end of this fiscal year is about 24%. We like to keep about 16% in there. So it is healthy, and that's how we've been able to fund the spray renovation and the replacement of the roofs out of that fund balance.
Okay. Okay. And how are you in the event that we do see a drop in revenue from taxes, and if that affects the salary of other city employees? Does the library plan on aligning that if that happens?
That's a question. It's a good question, and so I think there's a couple ways to look at this. I mean, historically the library and the city, as we're sort of a quasi-independent agency, there's in any given year we're not necessarily doing the same things in terms of merit and COLA, but obviously fit in not being too far misaligned in that. And so I would want to not be too far misaligned with what's happening. At the same time, I've identified 4 key areas where we could delay or postpone expenditures, and compensation is certainly one of those that's on the table. I think it would be valuable to find some way to do raises, whether it's merit or merit in some portion of COLA, and there's also the compensation adjustments for a number of reasons. One, the COLA really reflects what happened last year, so it's really about making people whole, as it were, to catch them up to the rise in expenses that's already happened. And the other, and I've really thought about this quite a bit, is that I feel like one of the roles right now for all of us is thinking about just the keeping people afloat and the economic stimulus aspect of things, so that we're able to put money in the pocket of our employees. That money, of course, goes to paying rent and buying food and being spent in local economy and local businesses. And since if we have the capacity to do that, it's a very efficient way to do it, as opposed to having staff members relying on other supplemental funds, social services funds, federal funds, which all has some level of bureaucracy to it, and as well as logical aspects of having to apply for other aid, et cetera. And so, I mean, I intend to prioritize the salary and compensation, which is not to say that we're going to do all of it on July 1st. I think that that's unlikely. But again, I think looking at what our revenue projections will be in June, looking at what the city is going to do, I'm not sure which way that's going to go. But to your question, Mr. Chair, I will be very mindful of not going. We don't want to misalign too much there, and that's something I think we can continue to have conversations with both council and mayor about, and sort of just keep each other in the loop on what direction we're both heading in there.
Yeah, and I think managing staff expectations too in light of these changes.
Sure.
Is really important.
Right.
Right. Increases.
Absolutely.
Council members, any other questions? Councilmember Dugan.
So the budget is based on full operational come July 1st. All of them are going to be open for 504 hours, whatever it is per week, of all the libraries, with all the services.
I am not. I'm not assuming that the libraries will all be open 504 hours a week on July 1st. I think that, in fact, that would be highly unlikely. However, I mean, we need to look at, you know, both the official and unofficial directives and guidance. We don't know if there's going to be still a stay-at-home order in place in the city at that point. We have to look at, you know, to have our spaces open. If we need to be disinfecting 340,000 square feet once a day, we probably don't have the capacity with either staff or materials being available to do that. So when we're talking about phasing or the reopening of physical spaces, is really going to be reliant on those criteria. What is the official restrictions or guidance on that? What is the guidance from our health departments in terms of what is safe, and will we have access to cleaning? Will we have access to masks with gloves, et cetera? So there's a lot of different variables that come in that's going to impact the timing of when we can start reopening spaces and what those hours will look like.
Okay, and so you just kind of estimate on the utility costs, because those are fixed, but they're, you know, if no one's in the building, you don't have the light, you don't have the water, and you don't have the air conditioning. So,
well,
but you just kind of.
All of those things will, the systems will still need to be running, although not necessarily, like for instance, we might not need to be air conditioning the building to you know, 70 degrees. But this is a conversation that we had previously, and if Gordon wants to pipe in, you can if you want. But I know that there was a discussion about, like, if you shut systems down, you get other problems, right? And so systems do need to be running, and we do have maintenance staff who are doing building checks, making sure, you know, systems are running, et cetera. So we might see some savings on utilities, water, et cetera. I don't know how significant those savings will be.
Okay, just curious. Just. I'm okay. Just making sure that that's in the thought process.
Okay. Other questions? Okay. Sorry?
Mr. Chair, it's Cindy. May I ask one?
Please. Oh, sorry, Cindy. I didn't see your hand tool up.
That's okay. So, Peter, you've mentioned several new initiatives, and I know that you do have a healthy fund balance. But what I'm wondering is how the board balances the increases in service level or the new initiatives and that type of thing. Certainly the need is there, but how do they balance that with the future need for capital maintenance, capital improvements, that type of a thing? Because what would be difficult is if the service level continued to increase and then there was a reliance on tax increases to take care of the capital. You mentioned that the roof had leaked for 17 years. I assume that there was a financial issue associated with that.
Yes, there has been, right? And so, if I'm understanding your question, we have at this point identified 4 areas where we see potential for delaying or postponing expenditures. Capital projects being one. Again, the compensation being another. Fund balance, again, having a very healthy fund balance is another area where potential funds available to us. Where we're going to delay and where we're going to, what that mix is, we haven't made any decisions yet, and really haven't had any discussions with our board beyond just identifying the areas where the funds are. Certainly, finishing the Sprague project is something that would be high up on the list. Where I would be loath to pause that, and I don't see that as a real viable option. But then, you know, the roof, as well as a number of the other capital items that I mentioned are in the mix. But we haven't gotten into the detail yet of, you know, which are we going to delay. And I think, again, getting into that point in June where we have a sense of some projections from the county will be one decision point at which we can start to make some assessments there. And I think there's a good chance that we may be holding back on a number of things until we get into the late fall or January, because then we have a real solid understanding of what our actual tax receipts are, and we'll know, we'll be much better informed to make some decisions moving forward. Did that?
Okay, let me ask. Yes, that answers
Yeah.
part of it. Let me
Okay.
ask a little bit in a bit of a different way, and that is,
Sure.
in your 4 categories where you may hold off.
Mm-hmm.
I am not clear on whether any of the service level increases that you've talked about, not capital expenditures or that kind of a thing, but the programs that you're initiating, are those it seems an unusual year to
Yeah.
initiate expansion of your services.
Right. And that's a good, yeah. And I don't necessarily foresee that we'll be creating and expanding new services this year. With a caveat, I think what we will see, as I mentioned, that libraries are counter-cyclical, and meaning that we can expect that there will be an increase in usage across many of our sectors, checking out use of public computing, access to staff for reference assistance and one-on-one assistance. So I think moving into the next phase, the recovery phase, stabilization phase. I guess I got that backwards: stabilization and recovery. I think what we're going to be doing is looking very closely at what are the needs in our community, and also looking at what are the needs of our partners. I mean, we know that many of our nonprofit partners are getting hit hard, and hopefully they're all going to make it through, but there may also be some, might need some assistance in achieving their missions. They might see that their funding is low, and may otherwise have some challenges. So we're really going to be, I think, guiding what library work looks like 12 to 18 months by looking at what our partners need, what the community needs. I mean, we can already see there's digital equity issues, so we might be redeploying resources to address that. There's food insecurity issues. We are already doing work with the Utah Food Bank just in a normal year, where we are providing food at our main library, at a number of our branches, snack times, lunch times, et cetera. And so we might be looking at growing those partnerships and ramping up that to address food insecurity. We can anticipate that there's going to be an increased need for workforce readiness. We don't know if students will be going back to school in the fall. There's talk of a resurgence, and so whether it's college kids or K-12, we might need to be ready to really support those students. And so what that might look like in terms of spaces, additional equipment, redeploying staff in those roles. So I can't tell you exactly but we know there's going to be significant need, and we're going to really, again, be looking to the community to see where's the intersection between what the community needs and where the library is well positioned to help to address those needs.
Okay, and what I'm getting at is all of that is fabulous. And it is, because the board is a policy making board, a lot of that is absolutely the board's decision. The part that I just want to emphasize is that, to the extent that the capital needs long term are not factored in at a high enough degree so that all of your facilities are maintained within your existing tax rate, then the council is kind of possibly in a position, based on the decisions that the board could make, the council may be in a position of needing to do a tax increase sooner rather than later. Not this year, maybe not next year, but so that's a place where they need to weigh in, and just asking you to be mindful of that.
Sure, yeah. Absolutely. And Cindy, you know, and I think many of the council members know the level of commitment we've made to our taking care of our facilities over the last 3+ years, and that commitment's not going out the window, and we will put appropriate weighting on that as moving forward. And we still do have some space between where we are now with our tax rate and the cap, and so as Jennifer had pointed out, we're in a good position to ride out this year. Then in the next year following, tax rate adjusted, and we have some room to grow there with the with the tax rate.
Okay,
Abs-
but
yeah,
that's where,
yeah.
that means a tax increase, right? If the tax rate is growing, and that's the part that the council's
I
accountable
see.
to the public
Sure,
for.
absolutely.
So,
Got it.
it isn't, so what we're looking at is not the capacity between where you're at now and
Mhm.
the cap, but what we're looking at, I think usually is
Mhm.
let's avoid a tax increase for as long as possible in managing the resources that we have now. So the council may
it.
disagree, but that's just a common thing that that elected officials like to hear that people have in the back of their minds. And I understand, Peter, that you guys are very, very careful, and we appreciate it. I just wanted to
No.
raise that for the record.
No, I appreciate it. I'm sorry if it took me a minute to catch on. It's, I, you know, this is the time of day where I have like one brain cell left, and you guys are getting it. You know, so I appreciate that very much.
Any other questions, council members? Okay, thank you so much, Peter. Thank you to Russell and Jace and Debbie and Gordon for all of that information. We really appreciate it.
And thank you as well for giving us the opportunity and hanging out a little bit late. I'm sure you guys are all pretty tired at this point too. So really appreciate the amazing job you're doing from my heart. And thanks again. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
All right, take care.
Okay. So, council members, I regret to inform you we have not made up for lost time. We are at item number 8, which is our proposed Department of Airports budget. But we also have our board applicants that are starting to arrive. So what would we like to do at this point? And I'll look for any suggestions that we have from staff as well, because I don't want to have to have us I'm just not sure how we will avoid having a meeting after the formal meeting unless we don't take a break for dinner.
Is there anything that can be written briefing? Or we can ask if we have questions on anything?
Well, the airport has gone through a lot of changes based on the change in the economic situation and the change nationally with the airlines and such. So you could get it in writing, but you might have questions.
We can go for it and see if we can get through it as well. Bill Wyatt, do you have a presentation for us, or are you?
Yes, actually, Brian Butler, who's the head of finance for the airport, has a deck to show that is pretty quick. It's the one we used with the advisory board. I thought I'd make just a couple of preliminary comments if you want to proceed at this point.
Okay.
Looking around for nodding heads.
Yeah, I think we have to. So, yeah.
Sooner or later. Okay. So thank you all. It's great to see you. And Council members Dugan and Mono, we haven't had the chance to meet in person yet, and hopefully the world will allow for that at some point. Yeah, our world has been pretty interesting because, as you know, almost 100% of our revenues depend on one basic dynamic: people deciding to get on airplanes and go places, whether it's rental cars or concessions or parking or terminal rents for airlines and others, and people buying meals and so forth and so on. Today, we had about 1,600 people at the front door. Usually, it would be 22 to 24,000, just to put things in perspective. That's the tough side of the business. Our principal tenants, the airlines, are really struggling, and there's no I think there's no reason to think that that won't continue for some time. Having said that, the airport, owing in large measure to really strong financial management that arrived here long before me, is in a very strong position. We have about a year's worth of cash on hand that will allow us to continue with the airport redevelopment program on the one hand, to maintain strong levels of employment, which is a priority of ours, the mayors of the city, but also the Congress, who made a substantial investment in the airport world recently. And so we continue to anticipate that we will open the first phase of the airport redevelopment program on September 15th. Same time, we are really since mid-March, when it became apparent that the world was going to be quite different, we began to think very carefully about how we could rephase the second part of the redevelopment program in a way that would allow us to, on the one hand, spend less, on the other hand, give us more flexibility and reduce risk and advance the schedule. And we're not quite there yet. We're very close. We think we can probably advance the schedule of this program by a couple of years, and that's largely because the original program was predicated on maintaining maximum gate count because of the incredible growth and pressure that we've seen, and that's essentially collapsed over the course of the last 35 days. We probably have I would say an 80% reduction in the schedule that we have historically experienced here. And that has an impact, but it's also an opportunity for us to rethink how we take the next steps going forward. We're so fortunate that as our principal partner, Delta Airlines, which among the major, the big three carriers in the United States is the strongest. And we work with them obviously very, very closely, thinking about how we can move faster, make it cheaper, create options for the city to protect risk on our part, but also to be flexible so that as business develops, we're in a position to respond to that. I want to introduce Brian now to go through the deck quickly, and then we would be obviously open to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Brian, go ahead. Thank you for being here.
Okay, appreciate that. So, see if I can get this. You actually, hold on one sec. Let me get the slideshow started and then I can start showing. Well, we will do this the hard way since it's grayed out at the top. So I will be brief. There is a lot of information in this deck, and you guys can review it later. If you have questions, happy to. But as Bill mentioned, just like department in the city, we kind of had to recreate or redevelop our budget that we had originally planned to present to City Council. It was actually the day of the earthquake. We were getting ready to present it to our board. I was at the airport. The earthquake happened, so we had to cancel our advisory board meeting. And it amazed me how quickly we were able to get the airport reopened. One of the benefits of building a new airport is we had a lot of structural engineers on site that were able to go through the facility and quickly determine that it was safe to operate. And it was within 6 hours had operations back up and running. But what it did is it gave us a little bit more time to basically figure out just how big of an impact COVID-19 was having on the both the airport and the airline industry. And so with that being in mind, our first budget goal, here we go, or budget driver is really to forecast revenues and expenses on information that we know today, with assumptions for the future. You're going to see that we were pretty aggressive with some of the cuts that we made to our proposed budget. And the thing that we would just want the City Council to be aware of is if we are wrong with the assumptions that we've made, because right now it's
a guessing game. Nobody has a crystal ball for what the recovery curve will really look like. We may come back to you in the fall and request additional funding if a lot of our assumptions tend to be too aggressive. The second budget driver, which is just as important, is to preserve cash and liquidity. The airport is very fortunate in that at the end of March, we had just under $900 million still in the bank. What that means is we will have sufficient cash to open the new facilities come September 15th. We also have sufficient cash for about 2 years worth of operating expenses if we were to just simply stop the project and no longer proceed. However, as Bill mentioned, this is a time where we can take advantage of reduced passengers in the facilities. So we are going to continue on with phase 2. It will look different. We're looking for strategies to reduce the amount of time it takes to construct it, as well as the financial commitment. But as you'll see on the third bullet point, we will need some additional bond or interim financing to continue to fund phase 2 of the airport redevelopment program. On the second slide, a picture is 1,000 words. That's what this is. The blue line shows you historically the number of passengers going through the airport, including what we were forecasting for 2020. We were forecasting about 13.6 million enplanements. As of the end of February, we were up 5.7% year over year. It doesn't take long for a bad month, or in this case, a bad 4 months of 90% reduction in traffic to now we're forecasting 10.3 million enplanements at the airport. You'd have to go back to 2013 was the last that few passengers in Salt Lake. And then myself and Bill, we've been on the phone with all of the airlines, including Delta. I've been on the phone with other large hub airport CFOs. Bill's been on the phone with other large hub airport CEOs, and we're all trying to figure out what does next year look like as far as the passenger traffic. We're currently forecasting for next year's budget is a 40% reduction in enplanements for the airport. And to put that into perspective, you would have to go all the way back to 1993 was the last time we had that few of enplanements. This isn't unique. It's not like 9/11 where passenger traffic came back really closely. It's not like SARS. It's not like the recession in 2008. This is something that nobody's really ever predicted or seen in the aviation industry. This next slide is really busy. The whole point of this is to kind of show you what a typical year was. So we showed our fiscal year 2019 audited results. The second column is what we are now forecasting for our 2020 results. And then we put 2 columns up there. We said this was going to be the original budget that we were going to present to you tonight. And then to the right, we show you what our revised budget projections are. I have no intentions of going over each and every one of these numbers. But a couple things I will point out to you. In a normal year, in 2019, we added $120 million to the airport general fund. We were generating more revenue. We were generating more non-operating revenue than we were expending. If you look at what we were originally going to present, it was around 82 million. A lot of that decrease comes on with the debt service the airport is now required to pay now that we're getting ready to open the new facilities. So for our budget that we were going to, and what we're still proposing, we had $130 million worth of interest expense, whereas in 2019, it was only 72 million. The one thing I would want you to take away from this very busy slide is the airport, based on its agreement with the airlines, is still in a good financial position. You'll see that operating revenues are only going to go down $32 million. Where you really see the decrease for the airport are in these non-operating incomes and passenger facilities, customer facility charges. But at the end of the day, required to operate like a business. We can't run a deficit at the airport, and we're still projecting $35 million to the general airport revenue balance going forward. The next slide again, this is a pie chart. This originally shows you what the original budget was going to look like. And I will just point out three things on this original, and then you'll see the difference on the next slide. Is the airlines were going to account for about 50% of our revenues this coming budget year. The landside concessions, which are rental cars, all of our parking, and then kind of your traditional ground transportation, the Ubers, the Lyfts, the taxis, that was about 32%. You're going to see on the next slide, that's going to be down about $32 million based on our COVID-19 projections. Same thing with terminal concessions, whether it's food and beverage or it's retail. That was at 24.9 million. You're going to see on this next slide here, that's just about 16 million now. You'll now see that the burden is shifted to the airlines. They're the ones that kind of pick up the shortfall when we don't create as much revenue based on the agreements we have with them. So the airline revenue is now 63% of what we're projecting for fiscal year 2021. And we'll get into the details of all of these real briefly on the next slides. Here again, it's that same format. We want to show you what a typical audited year would be for the airport, what we're forecasting for this year, and then what we were going to present and what we are now. The major differences you'll see on this slide really goes to terminal rents. Again, we're opening the new airport, and until we open the airport, we can't charge that interest expense to the airlines. We borrowed just under $2 billion. So it's over $92 million in interest the airport's going to have to make next year. Those primarily fall on the airlines to cover those interest expense, and we build it into the landing fees and into the terminal rents we charge them. So you'll see here on the slide, last year we did $6 million in airline revenues. We were going to project 133, but now we're up to 152 million. And again, it's all based on the agreements we have with the airlines. And so we are able to make our interest payments. We're able to protect the bondholders as well as pay our operating expenses. Here is the concession revenues at a very high level. Again, you'll see what we were proposing for parking was going to be almost $49 million for next year, down all the way down to 29 million with the quick drop in pass traffic and the slow recovery that we anticipate at the airport. You'll notice rental cars, they drop, but not as significantly. The reason behind that is there is a fixed rent portion of kind of the revenues there. And then there is a portion of it that's tied to the number of rental cars that are rented at the airport. And then you'll kind of see the same thing, whether it's ground transportation, food and beverage, retail. There are significant decreases that we are forecasting. So we're now forecasting a loss of almost $42 million in concession revenues directly attributable to COVID-19. Next two slides meant to kind of talk to our expense increase meant for this coming year. We were going to have a healthy increase of almost $25 million to our regular operation budget. We challenged each and every one of our directors to look at whatever we could cut, be as aggressive as we could. And these are the major categories. The number on the left was the original budget. The number on the right is what we are now proposing as far as an increase from last year's budget. So the biggest difference you'll see from what we were originally proposing is when it came to salaries, wages, and benefits, we had proposed to hire 60 new employees in this coming budget year to get ready for the opening of the new airport. Only about 30 of those employees have actually been hired. And with the current hiring freeze, we're going to extend that into next year. We're going to continue to hold those as placeholders. So if the recovery curve comes back, we still want the option to fund those positions. But at this time, we are not going to put any funding behind those additional 30 employees that we have yet to hire. In addition, we were going to request, and we still are going to request 47 additional positions at the airport for next year. But again, we are not looking to fund any of those at this time. In addition, when we originally proposed our budget, we were going to propose a 3% of living adjustment. At this point, we are not proposing any cost of living adjustment for any airport employees. So with all of those adjustments to budget, it accounts for a cost savings of about $7 million. Real quickly, you'll see materials and supplies, we were able to cut about $1 million. A lot of these increases were tied to specific contracts that were expiring with the old airport that was coming into the new airport. And so unless we change the opening date, which is not the plan, a lot of these contracts, they're very hard to adjust or cut the expenses. The one thing we were able to cut was window cleaning. Originally, we had $1 million reserved for that. If you've been out in the new facilities, there's windows everywhere. And what we've decided is we are going to do it on a task order. Instead of cleaning them on a scheduled basis, we will just do it on an as needed basis, you know, whether there's a big storm or there's a request from a specific group. Real quick, the rest of these are kind of just the other things we've adjusted. One of the things if passenger traffic comes back is we've cut our shuttle drivers for our parking operation by almost $2 million. A lot of that had to do with we were anticipating having to hire additional shuttle drivers because of the traffic, as well temporary tracks platform to get the tracks riders in that temporary platform to the new platform. So we pretty much kept that budget flat. But again, if passenger traffic returns much quicker than anybody's anticipating, that would be one of those items that we would target to come back to City Council and maybe ask for additional funding. The last thing, as we move into a new airport that's worth, you know, what it is, our property insurance premium goes up by about $2 million. Again, there's not much you can cut. It is what it is. This is just a pie chart of kind of the expenses. The biggest difference you'll see here is salaries go down by about 3%. Real quickly, it wouldn't be an airport budget presentation if we didn't talk about cost per employment. This first slide shows you where we are compared to the rest of our peers across the country, whether it's geographically close to us or they're a Delta hub. We've always been very strong when it comes to our cost per enplaned passenger. Originally, we were going to propose a cost per enplaned passenger of $8.98. It has now gone up to $17.18. This will be across the board. The reason it's going up is because we are taking 40% of the denominator out of the calculation for employments. And so that accounts for about $7 of that increase alone. And then the other dollar increase relates to a loss of $20 million worth of passenger fees that the airlines were originally going to get a credit on interest payments that they now have to make up. And then the last couple slides really kind of show what we are deferring as far as capital equipment and ongoing construction. Originally, we were going to ask for $10 million worth of capital equipment. I really relied on our maintenance department to tell me what could be deferred for another year. I didn't want the finance guy to say, we're not going to go buy a new fire truck or we're not going to go get another snow blower. They have their own criteria for determining, you know, when does it become more costly to try to repair these big pieces of equipment. And they've gone ahead and said they are confident that they can cut $8 million out of our capital equipment budget with a lot of tender love and care. So that will be a significant cost savings to the airlines. In addition, ongoing construction projects at the airport, we historically budget $40 million. We've been able to take down about $18.5 million of that. Anything that's tied to an FAA grant, we did not want to cut because if part of the project, we don't want to turn away any of those federal funds. But as you can see, this will be the second year in a row we don't have any major terminal projects scheduled. As far as airfield projects, that's typically where we see our FAA grants. And so we're looking to do some taxiway reconstruction, ongoing airfield lighting, and some North Cargo Apron development. Then the last slide, as I know we're running out of time, auxiliary airports, we still have master plans planned for both the West Jordan airports and the Tooele Valley. And then we always have some money set aside just for any project that we may not have envisioned that we would need to maybe do without having to come to City Council. So with that, I will stop sharing my screen and be happy to answer any questions you guys may have about the budget or in general about the airport.
Council members?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Councilmember Dugan.
On the employment, when do you think we're going to be back to what pre-COVID-19? Back to the 13-minute?
Yes.
2 years?
It's a long time. I was running a large hub airport during 9/11, ran one through the financial crisis of 07 and 08, SARS, MERS, H1B1. Difference that I think the commercial aviation industry faces here is that it depends on somebody like you deciding you're going to buy a ticket and go back and sit in row 31 in the middle seat. And these are things that are larger than our world, but you need to have confidence to be able to do that. And I don't think the systems are in place today to give people that level of confidence. Now, I've spent a lot of time on the phone with colleagues, people in the industry. I was on the phone today with Delta to some extent, and they're thinking about all kinds of things. As an example, taking rows of seats out of planes and creating social distancing on planes. Well, that means flying larger planes with smaller population sets. But there is a lot of thinking going on around that. There is a conversation within the various airport associations about testing passengers as they board, for example. And it's feasible to actually conduct a test like that because there are tests where you get the results within 5 minutes or so. Here's the problem. On an average day, formerly for us, in 2 days, we would have tested more people than have yet been tested in all of Utah since the advent of this crisis. And so things are going to have to change. I do expect, and I think the carriers are of this mind, that somewhere over the course of the summer, there will be sufficient pent-up demand for an increase of sorts. But personally, I think it could be 5 years before we see levels of employments like we did last time, or 2 months ago, 3 months ago, and that's discounting the challenges wrought by the economic damage that's being done currently, right? So I don't want to sugarcoat it. It's going to be a tough struggle. I do think that Salt Lake is well positioned. We have good geography. We have the underpinnings of a very strong economy, and we have a growing travel base here. We have 2 seasons, winter, summer for tourism. So I think we're better positioned than many people, but I think the industry itself is in for a long haul. Delta told us today when they come out of this, they're going to be a smaller airline. I think that's probably true.
This seems like a very optimistic growth from, say, July 1st when the fiscal year starts until June 30th of going up to 40% of what we currently estimated of 13 million.
We got to keep in mind that's blended. So we take into account until April, or rather February, and for a large part of March, we were still killing it, so it's blended.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Bill, anything, what would have to happen in order to prevent us from meeting our open date in September?
Well, Mike Williams, who I think many of you know, who is the project management team leader, sends me every morning a count of the construction trade workers who have shown up to the site. And this is a very interesting dynamic. We're hitting records almost every day. Prior to this crisis, we were struggling to find electricians, plumbers, pipe fitters because of competition on the one hand, but also when you get 1% unemployment, Friday's a good day to go fishing, you know, and all of a sudden Friday's not such a good day to go fishing. People are showing up. And in addition, the two joint venture contractors that we have working for us have instituted just terrific protocols for the work site in terms of social distancing, hygiene, education. Everybody who enters the work site now has to be wearing a mask. They get a temperature check. They get a little checklist. How are you feeling about this? What about this? What about this? We've had exactly one infection. These are 2,000 people a day showing up to the work site. One infection so far turned out to be somebody who was positive but is back at work now, which is terrific. People are very focused. I go out once a week. Just that's what I'm looking for. I just want to make sure people are paying attention and are getting the right message. So that's the risk factor, is if something were to begin happening with our workforce. And I am increasingly confident that at least on the job site, people are doing what they need to do. What happens when they go home or they interact with their neighbor or go to the grocery store, that's a whole nother thing. But so far, I'm feeling really positive about it. The other great thing is every single day we're putting $2.5 million of payroll into the community, which I think is a really important attribute for the project. We are on time now. I saw a picture yesterday of the checkpoint security equipment being installed in the new single checkpoint. They said I'm over there about every week, and I'm feeling pretty positive about it. I'd love to give you a guarantee, but I am confident that we're going to make it.
Okay, good. Well, that's what I want to hear. So, okay, Councilmember Rogers.
Yeah, so you're saying it's a long recovery on the unplanned passenger fee. How is that going to affect, Director Wyatt? How do you think this is going to affect the economy? Not the economy, but basically out at the airport for potential growth, or are we going to be lucky to hang on to what we've got, is basically what you're saying?
Well, you know, I think generally speaking, airports are really critical drivers of economic growth for any region because, and particularly here, if you think about the underpinnings of the economy in northern Utah, it is tremendously important. And so it's a drag. You know, if you don't have the same level of capacity, it's a bit of a drag. The advantage that we have is, as they say in real estate, location, location, location. So the airport and Salt Lake are very strategically located in the United States. And Delta, you know, it's been interesting as we've talked to them about sizing the project appropriate to the market. They've been very bullish about Salt Lake. They see Salt Lake as critically important to their future. And I happen to agree with that. And it's important because as a hub carrier, the majority of people who land in Salt Lake don't get off a plane and come to Salt Lake. They get on another plane and go somewhere else. But because of that connectivity, we had 95 nonstop domestic destinations. And the funny thing is, we still have a huge amount of service available out of Salt Lake. It's just that a lot of those planes only have 20 or 30 passengers on them. So that'll take some time to get back. But I'm you know, I don't sugarcoat it. It's a tough time out there, and it is not going to be a pretty scene, you know, all said and done. By the same token, I think this community and the airport city are really in an enviable position. There are a lot of people around this country who'd love to be in the space that we are.
So one last question, and that's on your forecast, the 40% deficit. Is that what most airports are forecasting as well? Is that something that's been said, hey, this is what you need to start forecasting for?
Well, this is a fiscal year forecast. Our fiscal year is July 1, June 30. Some airports are calendar years, so it really varies. I am told by Delta that we're currently their second strongest performing hub. Number one is Atlanta, but we're doing better than both Detroit and Minneapolis. And those four are the large fortress hubs: Atlanta, Detroit, Minneapolis, and Salt Lake. And in part, that's because they're choosing not to overfly Salt Lake. So they're driving traffic through Salt Lake that might originally have gone directly to Seattle or to LA or to San Francisco. So I would say, I'm not going to describe our situation as fabulous, but I think we're probably in a slightly better position than others. But that's nothing to take home to the bank, because when you suffer what will eventually be an 80% reduction in activity, that's pretty hard.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Hey, I don't see any other hands up. Let me just double check here. Okay, so we have 15 minutes remaining. And so we have our applicants here. So I'm gonna ask that, since these are all appointments to the same board, that we hear all of these applicants at once. And so I'm sorry to the applicants. Normally we would call you individually. But given our time constraints, we're not able to do that this time. So I will call on each one of you to give your update, or excuse me, to give your introduction to the council. And if you just tell us who you are and why you are interested in serving on the Transportation Advisory Board for Salt Lake City. And that would be great. So I will start with Marjorie Rasmussen. Marjorie, you available?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
I guess I'll turn on my camera. What the heck? So first of all, thank you so much for having me and inviting me. I guess the main reasons that I would like to be on the Transportation Advisory Board is, well, I'm currently the UDOT East Area Traffic Engineer. I've worked at UDOT for about 16 and a half years now, and I'm also a Salt Lake City resident. I live in Liberty Wells area, and so I feel like that I have a unique background to be a really great liaison between UDOT, UTA, and Salt Lake City. I know most of the engineers and folks in all three of those places, so I'm hopefully able to you know, bring the right people together, bring good perspectives, and then of course my own personal perspective. So like that's part of it too, which doesn't always align with UDOT's perspective. So yeah, I think that's, I guess, my main qualities, and I think it would be really fun. I enjoy working with the folks at Salt Lake City always. I have lots of friends, and yeah, it would be a great opportunity.
Okay, thank you so much, Marjorie.
Thank you.
Our second applicant is Carrie Doan.
Yes, I'm Carrie Doan. Thanks for having me.
Yes, thanks for being here.
Sorry?
I said thanks for being here.
Oh, okay. I have been on the tab before. So I work for the Utah Transit Authority, and this position is the Utah Transit Authority representative. But I feel like I am even more qualified for the Transportation Advisory Board, largely because of the rest of my life. So I certainly pursue all types of transportation. I ride the bus. I ride my bike. We have cars, so we drive around. I walk. I've actually walked to work once, 6 miles. I also live in Salt Lake City. I love transportation as a passion, and I have a lot of knowledge about transportation because of my work. I've worked in the public sector. I've worked in the private sector. I have a family. I've had kids in school. I mean, I just feel like I pretty much cover all the bases to be able to relate to transportation problems that are brought to the Transportation Advisory Board. And I'm happy. I know Marjorie and some other members on the board, so we are comfortable having conversations. And I think it's a great way to be part of the city and contribute, as well as spread my knowledge to others. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And our last applicant is Myron Wilson. Myron, thanks for being here.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Okay. I am an architect and a planner, recently retired from the University of Utah Sustainability Office, where I was director for about 10 years. I've had a passion for transportation and how mobility impacts cities and equity. And like the others, I'm a cyclist, pedestrian, drive cars, take transit. So I'm super excited to help make a difference, both as an advocate for equitable, sustainable transportation, as well as just good city design in general. So.
Great. Council members, do you have any questions for any of our applicants? Anna, I can't tell if you're doing a thumbs up or if you're going like this. Thumbs up. Okay. All right. Thank you. So to our applicants, we will place your names on our consent agenda for our formal meeting tonight at 7 o'clock, which is in 8 minutes. And you are welcome to join us for that meeting. However, you need not be present to win. And so it's totally up to you, but you're welcome to hang on with us for our next meeting, or you are welcome to sign off. But either way, on behalf of the council, we thank you very much for your applications, and we appreciate very much your service to Salt Lake City. So thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Councilmember Romano.
On the published agenda, there were 2 more board appointments. Are those pushed or?
Oh, I'm sorry. Gosh. Sorry about that.
Just, Council Chair, there was one that was calling in by phone and just was not connected in yet. So given the time, we will just need to reschedule that tentative one.
Is that Jim?
Yes.
Okay.
And then the other one on the consent agenda, I believe, is the reappointment.
Right. Correct. So yeah, we don't need to.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Again, thank you to our applicants. We will go ahead and reschedule for Jim Esplund. And council members, you have 6 minutes to eat dinner and join me back here at 7. I'm so sorry, everybody. I hate that we had to do. Oh, yes. Oh, wait. No. Are there any reports from the? I don't have any reports. Are there any reports from you, Cindy?
No.
Okay. Any reports from you, Andrew? Anything else we need to know, Cindy, Lou?
Yeah, just a reminder that I sent out the invitation to the formal meeting, which is a different meeting than this one.
Right.
I sent that out just about 6:20.
Great, thank you. All
Now,
right.
Cindy Lou, there's no one on the line waiting for the beginning of the 7 o'clock meeting, correct?
That is correct. We don't have anyone in the waiting space right now.
Okay. Thanks, everybody. Sorry about the marathon meeting. See you in 5 minutes.